Good morning, dear friends. We're happy to be with you together at the conference celebrating women in Ukrainian clean tech. Unfortunately, because of the lockdown restrictions, we can't be in the same premises with you, but we are more than 350 participants of this conference, and we hear your energy. And we thank you for that. We thank you for the questions. My name is Roman Zinchenko. I'm the co-founder of Greencubator, and today we are conducting this event together with Irina Ozimok. Irina is moving lots of initiatives in sustainable development and urban development initiatives. Irina, I will pose a question for you instantly. Both in UNICEF and other structures, you're supporting innovators and both male and female. What's your motivation to conduct this project together with us? What does this topic mean for you? Roman, first of all, thank you for the invitation, and really, the speakers and those innovators we're moving, they are really impressing. My motivation for more people to get to know about this, and when we hear the stories, there are women who change the country. We should have modern history, innovative history. There will be girls who are 18 years old. Through the program Innovation, they are supporting, in any age, there are mobile apps which are solving the problems of their community and the society together. It seems to me it's so important in Ukraine to break down the stereotypes, to show that the women can do anything if that's what they like, and they can definitely do whatever they can change in the world. Thank you, Ira. But you know, I've got the motivation about that, because why this project is ongoing, thanks to such partners like we have, like European Bank of Reconstruction and Development and the delegation of European Union. Greencubator is working in the sector when sometimes we can hear the phrase, energy is just the male thing. We don't see that many women there. But on the other hand, the phone book of mine is in doubts about that, because we can see lots of talents in different sectors around sustainable development, sustainable energy, innovations for the climate, innovations for the food safety, where the founders, the creators, the drivers of lots of businesses are women. This is our public motivation. I've got a private motivation as well. My private motivation has the surname of Zinchenko, whatever it may seem weird for you. But whoever knows Greencubator, you can think that that's Roman and Andriy Zinchenko. Andriy, I need to unfortunately make you confused. No, that's Sofia and Stanislava Zinchenko. Those are two of my daughters. So my main motivation is that the world where they are living in should be free from any limitations. And whatever this sector is, whether it's male or female, I'd like this topic to be in the past, and for them to get an opportunity, for them to realize themselves as possible where they choose their way. So we'll begin with that. We'll listen to the stories of really interesting innovators, founders, leaders of different businesses. So let's begin. And I think that we can begin with the introduction speech from our partners, from the delegation of the European Union. We've got today Chloe Alliot, who is the representative of the operational section of European Union in the economic cooperation, energy, infrastructure, and dear colleagues, if we are ready to show Ms. Alliot on air, I would ask you, dear tech support, let's join her now.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be with you today, and very happy also to meet so many women innovators in this conference. As you know, we are here to promote the green and clean development agenda against the climate change, and the European Union aims to become climate neutral by 2050. This commitment is really at the heart of the European Green Deal, which, as you know, it's the initiative, the flagship initiative from the European Commission that was launched a bit more than a year ago. And this is the EU's new growth strategy, and this will inform all our internal and external policies. The support to green investments and creation of green jobs will be our increasing priority in the foreseeable future. Many of the green commitments that we have are already reflecting in the frame of the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement, because the agreement foresees that Ukraine will gradually get closer to the EU acquis and to the best practices of the EU, and among others, we can cite the climate issues, reduction of emissions, and energy efficiency. We now really welcome very much the interest of Ukraine at the highest political level to align with the European Green Deal's goals and ambitions, and we acknowledge the importance of this green endeavor for Ukraine, for its citizens, and for its economy. And as you know, next week in Brussels, we'll have the kickoff meeting of the launch of the Focus Dialogue between Ukraine and the European Union at the highest political level between the Prime Minister and the Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Franz Timmermans. The European Union is committed to support Ukraine to deploy new technologies, new green technologies, and cleantech solutions. The joint fintech program with EU and EBRD, which has been implemented over the last 5 years, support the upscales of many such solutions, and we witnessed huge potential in this regard. Today, we are happy to announce that the EU will continue this partnership initiative with EBRD, and we have allocated an additional 15.5 million euros to extend fintech program in Ukraine and other countries of the Eastern Partnership. This means that the climate innovation vouchers, which many of you received to develop your innovations, will also be continued. We hope to support many more cohorts of green innovators and help them make Ukraine more climate friendly. The EBRD colleagues will afterwards cover the program details and the selection criteria in their speeches. So on my side, I would just like to encourage you to spread the word about this new support scheme and explore the others which the EU offers to Ukrainians. Global competition is really intensifying, and we need to grow our innovation potential and stronger pan-European links, including in green and clean sectors. Our programs in this area, such as FinTech, Horizon Europe, and others, offer many partnerships opportunities, and I hope you will take your chance in accessing them. I wish you good luck and all the best on your technology path. Dziękuję.
Thank you very much, Chloe, and thank you for great news. What I should note here that the participants of our today's panels, about half of them are actually representing the teams and companies benefiting from EU-funded programs, included climate innovation vouchers, including Climate Launchpad and Horizon 2020, including the largest Horizon 2020 grant for a green company for solar gaps. So yes, this panel has a lot of talent that was supported and fueled by EU funds, resources, and encouragement. So thank you very much for your contributing to making Ukraine greener and more innovative and nurturing this talent.
Thank you and good luck to you all.
Дякую. Okay.
Thank you, Chloe. We've got a wonderful piece of news now, because we can see that the program which Greencubator has already invested lots of efforts, Climate Innovative Vouchers, is soon getting the new impulse, and it is ongoing, which means support for a bigger number of innovators. So I think that now there is some time to come to the communication with them. Irina, out of who you have seen, what are the directions, which technologies you'd like to get to know about most of all? How these companies are creating innovators and how the women in those companies creating that? You know, the first thing I'd like to mention that it's cool that additional 15.5 million is just a substantial sum of money. I do hope that Ukrainian innovators and both male and female will use this opportunity. And what's important here that the EU should move to the side of more green and clean, and they have the aim up to 2050 to become really healthy. I would say the word healthy here, because it's really interesting how it is reflected in the cities. And what I really like in the city is when we speak about green innovations, and in particular those which can help us as the inhabitants of urban agglomerates to become healthier, to become more efficient, to use resources, and to remember that they are not limitless. The ladies which are now taking part in our discussion, they really are the representatives of this sector. So when we are speaking about electrical bicycles, or when we speak about the smart jalousie, or when we speak about some brushes, smart brushes, and there are lots of them, and unfortunately usual brushes pollute the planet, and I will tell about awful statistical data a bit of later. Here the ladies are really showing some nice and breakthrough ideas, and what's important there, which can be used not only in Ukraine, but they can compete globally, and it's a huge compliment to those ladies. By the way, it's a very important moment. In fact, when we looked at the structure of the panel discussion, I really would like to say that we can see here among the panel discussions and the creators of Ukrainian global innovations of the green sector. So now it's I'm incredibly happy to introduce all of the participants of our conference and all the viewers. The first panel, the women who are moving the clean technologies on. That is Yana Angyol, who is the representative of a wonderful company, Delfast. We are happy to be to provide grants to Delfast in the core of bicycles of Delfast. There are the computers which are funded by the program of climate innovative vouchers. Sophia Eric, who is the manager on the business development of Solar Gaps. Solar Gaps is also the graduate of climate innovative vouchers program, and they got the biggest so far among the developers of clean technologies grant of the program Horizon 2020. And Daria Kichuk, from the company which Daria represents and the co-founder of which she is. In 2017, this company has become the national finalist of the competition Climate Launchpad, which is also supported by the European Union. She won a huge number of international competitions, and now she's on the way to create plastic one-time use brushes. Our past, for us to forget about them. So, I will have three traditional questions for you. We'll begin with the first one by one, in the same order, and then we'll come to the discussion. The first question is, what in fact has your company achieved, particularly with your investment? Let us begin with the smaller stories, with the smaller real stories of which product, which green innovation you are creating in your business. Yana, could you begin? Yes, sure, I could. Thank you. Do you hear me? Yes, we hear you very well and we can see you. That's cool. So, hello everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. In fact, I've got lots of stories, and when I chose which of them should be told now, I chose the latest, the one which we faced just during the period of lockdown, that is last year in March and April. So, Delfast is the world record of electrical bicycles. We are having the longest distances. In 2017, we had 370 kilometers with one charge. That is why when we began and we came to B2C sphere, that is the customers and end users, we in fact had a question, an issue in front of us. Who is our direct competitor? And we came to the conclusion that we never named direct competitors as other brands. and producers of electrical bicycles. We were always saying about ourselves as the alternative to the fuel transport. So when we began and when we had the sales growing in March, April last year, we were asking customers, what's your motivation? And there were two kinds of motivations. First of all, social distance, and secondly, I need a green alternative. Or maybe they could answer, I'm tired of gas emissions. That is why they could see in our electrical bicycle a very nice alternative to save and to preserve the long-distance movements, as it allows the usual vehicles, the cars, and to have the same long distance still, but still to make the proper investment and to decrease the CO2 emission. So rather often they are in the market of the US, and in the US people begin with themselves. This was their position. So our bicycle has the alternative for it has become such green alternative as for now. That's a very interesting story, because I may say that among the graduates of climate innovative vouchers there are several companies who are just saying that their sales, global sales, have grown at the level because of the pandemics. Thank you, Jana. I didn't know this story, so let us move on along other stories and we'll come back with overall questions, right? So, Sophia, then the floor is yours. Solar gaps, how are your things? We don't hear you. Just a second. Hello, do you hear me now? Yes, we do. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'm grateful for the opportunity to take part in this program. Everything is okay at ours. It's wonderful. We have active distributors of our technology and we are actively developing at the European market. This year gave us an opportunity to improve our product, and now we can approve that we have the ready version to make the windows of all of the inhabitants of the planet of Earth green and to solve any problem, because we believe that only the comprehensive solution can help. Our solution combines the active generation of energy and also, as Roman has already mentioned, since 2019 we have the grant from the European Commission for €1 million, and it really helped us. And now we are moving along this direction and we are planning a pilot project in Europe. So we are searching for a premises, a building, where we can show the efficiency of our solution. So we have huge plans for the current year and for the future. Everything is okay. Thank you, Sophia. It's so pleasant to hear about the results, the outcomes, that in spite of the crisis year, you are moving on as well. For me, in fact, it's the wonderful thing. It's a wonderful piece of inspiration for lots of entrepreneurs when you're choosing the branch which can be useful for whether you have the crisis or the pandemics, because it's also about health of this planet. It seems to me it's very relevant. Yes, I do hope that we will see the penetration of this technology as much as possible, because it will decrease our bills for conditioning, especially during the warm climates. Daria, let's move to you, and then we'll move to our important issues about women's businesses, right? Hello, everyone. My name is Dasha. I'm the CEO and co-founder of the company of Alpha. We are providing clean toothbrushes of paper to replace the plastic used in the hotels, airlines, and other places like hospitals, even refugee camps. and lots of other places like these. During the COVID times, we were a bit scared. Well, maybe not even a bit, but we were really scared because our industry really suffered because of COVID. But we have, vice versa, a growing demand for ecologically clean products in the travel industry because everybody is transferring to the green side. Everybody understands the importance of the use of ecological products and care of the environment. That is why we are only growing, we are only going on and progressing in the United States, in Asia, and in Ukraine as well. So, in spite of COVID, green industry is flourishing. It's really nice. And now, your key market, what's about it? I do remember that hospitality industry is not feeling that well now. Did you begin to come to the medical sector? We are testing this sector now. We will be looking now at the markets of Europe. We'll come more to the private hospitals and clinics, to the private enterprises, medical ones, because our prime cost so far does not afford us to have public procurement, but we will try to achieve this as quick as possible. So is this business really helping and not helping? Which bright sides and dark sides you have? What would you like to share? Am I going on now? Well, yes, Yana, please. Thank you for the question. By the way, it's really... I hear it a lot recently. It seems to me that gender diversity is also positively impacting green business as much as any other business. We've seen and we've heard, and I think we've read different researches and different analysis from McKinsey to the UN analytics about the performances of the businesses which are combining gender equality and how it is different, how this performance is different from those who doesn't do that. From my behalf, I may say that I personally am really satisfied with my team of engineers, which are so far total male, but still. It's really very cool to work with them. They are just geniuses in the developments of our product and how they've created all of that, how they created this battery and how they made it such a long distance without stopping. But this combination of the gender balance in the company can bring different experience, different approaches, the approaches of not only in the development but in the communications of the company as well. When I came to the company, we began the active public activity. We began to work a lot with different people. We are thinking on different partnerships with various companies. The projects in the United States, in Europe. We are now on the way to the certification of our product in Europe. That is why I would say, both from the positive side, I would speak about the differences of approaches. But when we have this diversity, when your company is so diverse, it becomes stronger, and you can see it every day. So it's important that we are speaking about the gender interaction and some competition of the male and female businesses, because it's okay when the company has different professionals. As you said, there is the engineering team, which is more male, and the female experience can be in the males and in the sales and the marketing, the same as for the developments. It's important to change the discourse, not to antagonize, but to create cool projects together. Yes, thank you, Irina. Let's move on and listen to Sophia now. Daria, maybe? Sophia, please. Do you hear me? Yes, we do. So first of all, it seems to me that green business in Ukraine is still, to some extent, is an innovation. That is why it's a really favorable sphere for the women, because first of all, it seems to me that the ladies are really interested in green technologies now, and sometimes even more than men. That is why it's not a surprise that this sphere is really attractive for the women and gives an opportunity for them to discover themselves. Because the women always have the experience of more feminine one. They are looking at some details, they are more looking at the packaging of the business, and the men are building, and the whole team of ours are engineers. They are men, but still. We, women, do not feel any problem in that. Vice versa, it's rather interesting to be in such a collective and to create something together. So it seems to me that this sphere, as for now, is one of the, maybe the best, where the women can get to, that we take more complicated and sophisticated technologies. And in the context of psychology, it's proved that the social aspects are important for women of any entrepreneurship. So when we're speaking about green innovations, we have the environmental, social aspects. That is why this sphere could be attractive. It could be like that, but I'd like to ask Dasha now. Daria is the founder and the CEO of the company and the chief driving force of EFA. Daria, what is your experience? Well, I'm not only the founder and CEO, I'm also a new mom. So for me, the spectrum of functions is really expanded now. And altogether, what I'd like to say about, with my experience being a mom, it has become even more important to provide green social innovations because you can see the new life, the new generation, for the sake of which you have even higher wish to do something and more strength to do something. And secondly, why women are cooler, I think. Why they are so cool in business? Because we are multitasking. We can do everything simultaneously. Now I'm in the chat, I have the child here, and at the conference, everything is so easy for us. And the women need to take such positions because we can do lots of things simultaneously. So it's so important to promote the idea of women's entrepreneurship because lots of women are just afraid. They don't feel confidence in themselves that they can really change the world. But it is possible, and the examples of the countries like Estonia, where the women since the year are the rulers, this is the first time when they are the rulers of the country. This is the first experience in the world history when it's possible. So we ladies can do everything, not only green startups, but we can make everything upside down and make the world much better, full of women's love and talents. That is why everything is in our hands. I need to approve this multitasking. Which is not that bad, but this is our diversity in the business in particular, which can be important. Yes, my daughter is helping me as well, so I've got the question. If I may, Irina Gobarets, our colleague from the European Union, is asking the question for you, ladies. Do you know about the program of Erasmus for young entrepreneurs? And have you registered at the Enterprise Europe network with your projects and products? Well, so far not. I think there is a hint in this question, right? Okay, so far not, but I think that after this session we'll need to send you out, all of the participants, the links to those programs. Irina, but you had the question, right? I have the question which is not connected with the women's entrepreneurship, but with the innovations, and the topic of ours is how those technologies are moving to Ukraine. And all of your businesses are really having the full demand not only in Ukraine, the foreign markets. Sofia promoted solar gaps in other countries. Yana said that she has a huge demand in the US. In your opinion, is it complicated to change the culture, the green culture, the green innovations and green innovations in Ukraine? Do you see any progress in that? Because, of course, the Americans would like to see fewer emissions, and the Ukrainians want to have more cars because it's cool and prestigious. The same happens with the green technologies and the toothbrushes. Do you see any progress in Ukraine? How can we implement them more? Yes, thank you. That's a nice question, because we've discussed that for about a week ago with the team. When we discussed the opportunity of the growth of the product in Ukraine, we'd like... Well, by the way, now we have the active invest round. We are collecting at the crowdfunding initiative for our own production in Ukraine. As we are told, it's very bold and courageous from our side. All of the investors and the stakeholders are saying it's bold. That's what we are doing. Because we've got lots of proposals from Europe and from the US. But in fact, our position, if we are made in Ukraine, then all of our development should be so unique that we should be localized here. That is why this is our huge and long initiative. But still, I think it will take lots of efforts for this push of the Ukrainian social attitude towards green business and green technologies. Because to this or that extent, we, as you said, we hear, I'd better buy a car, right? So when we speak about that, we are speaking about not only about the alternative for the car, but we also speaking about the healthy style of life, the way of life, and also the community, and about different initiatives. That is why we are working on that a lot. But answering your question, what we can see, unfortunately, we see not that nice and well-developed infrastructure for such transport. I mean urbanism, I mean the cities, I mean the opportunities for moving along the city for the Ukrainians using such types of transport. Because our bicycle is rather heavy, it's rather rapid. So the problem of safety is rather acute for us, and we've always been speaking about that. We communicated a lot with the Deputy Minister on environmental initiatives in Ukraine. So we've got some issues and problems, but we do hope that with our communications, with our attitude, we've got lots of nice forecasts for the invest round, and we'll be able to provide such a green point for business in Ukraine and begin communication with the Ukrainians as well. Yana, Sofia, Dasha, we are now on the territory of the next session already, but still I'd like to challenge you with one more question. Could each of you choose 5 words max, and to tell what we need for more ladies and girls to come to your sectors? With one sentence, maybe. Who is ready? Well, I think that we need to change the cultural code, that's the social issue, so we just need to show the endlessness. This is the career opportunities for the women, not to provide the limit for men's and women's professions. Sofia? Well, now it's really disseminated and widely spread the profession in the IT sphere for everybody. So it seems to me that we just need to create professions which are connected with clean technologies, which are already well known. And it seems to me it will involve the ladies as well. Thank you, Dasha. We need to speak about that as well. Thank you. I think that confidence, first of all, and secondly, there is such a notion of custom education when through our product we are trying to train or to study our customer how to take care about the nature. It should be done by the state as well. It needs to study us and to teach us how to take care of the nature and to say it's trendy, it's fashionable, it's so cool, which needs to be done by everyone. So it will provide inspiration and confidence to the women who want to change something. Thank you, Dasha. You know, Irina, what I lack in the online events? To give a hug? Well, in the end of this panel, the ladies would hear the round of applause now. Well, we can applaud you a bit now, and the whole technical team is applauding you as well. Thank you so much, and we're moving on. This applause are going through the internet. Thank you for what you're doing, what you're creating and inspiring. And we're coming to a different topic. I really am not a pro in this topic, and maybe a couple of words about this topic, because it's so complicated, which I'm not competent. You know, Dasha has mentioned this topic. This is the customer education that the state, the TV, the opinion leaders, what they need to do for us to think about the environment, responsible consumption, and so on. Here I'm thinking about bloggers. I have the very specific attitude to bloggers because honestly speaking, I don't understand the popularity of the people who are saying you should buy this piece of clothes or retirement, buy this jacket or this suit. This is not the impact for me which I'd like to have for myself and my children, but we're now speaking about a different choice in fashion because it can be harmful. We have fast fashion notion, cheaper things which we are throwing away, and the production and the consumption of water. To produce one pair of jeans, sometimes we need to use 30 to 80 liters of water, and very often it's not processed at all, though there are new technologies which allow us to clean this water for the recycling. So when we are buying a diamond, we're not thinking about this harm for the environment. But the same companies of fast fashion, they're doing something. And yesterday I read a piece of news that H&M, together with a company of jeans retirement Lee's, they launched the collection, a small collection, which is done totally out of waste. 70% of their waste, those are remnants of the clothes which have not been used, and 20 of the consumers, the people can bring it. So that is why this is the question to the ladies. We've got the cool speakers now. That is Yulia Davi, who is the founder of New Age Lab, and Marina Plotnikova, who is the co-founder of Pure One. It would be interesting for us to speak how fashion can become environmental, green, though fashion is the topic for more of the ladies. Though looking at Roman, I may say that he's better prepared for today's event. That's so nice from his side. So how can we make this topic more ecological, responsible, and to make it popular among men and women as well? Ira, if you allow, I could add as well. As for Marina, we've recently got acquainted, and I'm so happy to get acquainted with her. And what was done by Yulia from the side of the promotion of the sustainable development are decades of years of the development of platforms for green energy. So now we are communicating with our wonderful panelists who are moving on with sustainable fashion, but they also have a huge personal story of the development of sustainable industries. Thank you for what you've done. So, Irina, thank you for the question. Yulia, will you begin? You've muted the mic. Good day, everyone. Thank you for such an introduction, Roman. I'm happy to take part in this interesting forum. Let us begin going on with the topic of clean retirement and green production of clothes and green production of fashion products. We've also having our own stories, so I will show a bit and tell a bit for us to understand what we are speaking about. Here I'm just trying to share my screen. But it doesn't work for me. This function is not working for me now. Okay, so I will just go on speaking. Yulia, it will be working now. Could you try to share your screen again? Okay. During the last 5 years, we had the long way from the organic fabric to the creation of organic production and the participants in fashion industry 4.0. How it all began. Since 2006, I got to the segment of cleantech. Since 2009, I began to work permanently in it. And in particular, you can know us because of SEF and CSOR, which have become the entry point for lots of companies, global players, in particular in the Ukrainian and other markets of the Central and Eastern Europe in the branch of the renewables. I always wanted to have environmental and green clothes, especially when I became mom. I didn't have any arguments left, so I began to research this topic, as at the moment there were not that many things. We had to take organic clothes and to order them from the UK, from Germany. And there were certain questions and issues with these types of clothes. Finally, it all ended because I decided to create the brand of the organic clothes. We took the best organic fabrics. We found the way to paint them ecologically. And in the end of the day, the implementation of this project, we came to the conclusion that, unfortunately, green or ecological fabrics is only the part of the solution and part of the issue of sustainability. Unfortunately, lots of things were out of our control. It was a huge supply chain, and unfortunately, in this supply chain, we could impact not that much. So really, according to the official data, 97% of the impact onto the environment in fashion is happening in the supply chains. And it's out of control even for the bigger brands. Thus, we came to the conclusion that in the result of the development of this project, we wanted to change everything. We understood that everything has to work differently. We need zero or closer to zero supply chain. And since that moment, we began a different technological story for ourselves in our fashion business. At this slide, I've shown the stages of the development of industry of fashion. We came from the huger factories, which gave us an opportunity to get lots of cheaper clothes, but those factories can pollute a lot and they produce lots of social issues. And the whole business model in the fashion industry needs changes, as those are very sophisticated supply chains there. And, in fact, we came to the conclusion that in the US, 3 years ago, we've created the first model, the prototype of the production of clothes In the industrial 3D printers, our philosophy is the zero supply chain from the digital model to the customized product by the client created on the professional 3D printers. Our philosophy and what we are now working on is the very rapid transformation of the digital version into the physical product, tangible product, and it also allows us to feel circular models because of the use of the materials which can be recycled without the loss of quality. Theoretically, it can be done for multiple times, and also because of the biodegradable materials. And it also allowed us to develop this philosophy, this new approach of the radical sustainability and positive impact of the fashion product onto the environment. So our philosophy of the zero impact, where we have zero waste, zero use of water, for instance, and closer to zero emission of CO2, is not enough. Fashion products and the process of their creation can be positive. And also, during those times, we've got our own developments of the elastic clothes, 4D printing of the clothes and retirement. We are the pioneers of 4D printing of the retirement and clothes, and other affiliated developments. A bit about the history. In 2018, we've presented the first collection of clothes and apparel, which was created on the bigger 3D printers within the New York Fashion Week. In 2019, we tested and launched the business model according to the bigger digital customization of the attire with the further 3D printing. And also we began the testing of the closed circular cycle of production of attire and clothes production and fashion products. We're going on working on the development of multicolored 3D printing with flexible materials. We're going on working on 3D and 4D printing, and we're going on working on the cheapening of the use of 3D printing to create fashion products. In particular, we've shown how it can totally change the industry of the production of bags, which is not that small, in fact, and has a huge impact onto the environment. In particular, thanks to our collection gave us an opportunity to calculate the impact onto the environment during the life cycle of the product, and in particular during its production, and to show that in our case we have the decrease of emissions of CO2 for 97% in comparison with any leather bag on the market. Bit of pictures how it looked like. Now it looks like even better. It was our test model, a digitally created skirt which has 1,000 of options, and the customer can just click and customize it with one click, and the model can be 3D printed and delivered. Then we appointed an aim of 10 days. Now we have the target of 2 days. Several bags. In 2020, we got the Golden Sustainable Award Edison Awards. We were named Sustainable Fashion. The winner in the Sustainable Fashion Lux magazine, which is for today is the leading branch edition in sustainable fashion in the world. Recently, this year, I mean last year, 2020, we were in the Northern America in the innovative design by the Edition Fast company, and they write about us all over the world, but not that much in Ukraine. So it really is impressive how it can change the world market of fashion. It seems to me that it's only the beginning, but it can be revolutionary in the world of fashion. The only short question about the price, how expensive is that? Or is it so complicated to compete with what we say fast fashion is? Because when you go to H&M or any other store, if you like it, you buy it, but it's cheap and accessible. Whether your apparel is more expensive, is it more complicated for you to compete? Well, undoubtedly, especially in the context of 2020, the last year. All of the technologies were losing in comparison with simpler solutions where you could... Well, the price was the main competitive advantage. As for 3D printing in the production of fashion products, I may say that we are having approximately the same what we could see during the last decade at the market of solar panels, because every year we're having lots of radical leap forward. We have the radical cheapening, and in fact now those were the years with lots of R&D and lots of work which was still beyond the frame. So as of today, I may say that this is the competitive apparel, and this is what we are working on. This is accessibility and the speed of production. Yulia, when I listened to you, I remembered how my elder daughter was thinking about the career of fashion designer, but listening to you, I thought that there is a new profession emerging, fashion engineer, where you combine 3D printing, design. That's very interesting. But dear colleagues, we are out of schedule already, so I'd like to listen to Marina as well now, and the story of Pure One, the products you've created. But we've got only 4 minutes left in this panel discussion. Marina, I would like to ask you and to speak dynamically about the story of your product. And Yulia, thank you so much for this long sustainability commitment in your work. Okay, can I begin? Sure. My name is Marina Plotnikova. Together with my friend Nina Shesneva, we founded Pure One. This is the ethical, sustainable brand of apparel for conscious women. And we were always inspired by environmental issues. We were worried and inspired by them. And in 2011, I conducted the first conference dedicated to environment, Green Camp, and there were lots of festivals connected with the ecology. The ecological project in fashion has become the logical continuation of the previous experience. So altogether we wanted to create a project with some sense in it for the lady who wears our apparel to feel herself confident that she is not harming the planet. And we decided to create such clothes and apparel for her to be simultaneously elegant and ecological. This is our long and charming way, because since the very beginning we decided to become sustainable, to follow as much principles of sustainable development as possible, and to use just organic fabrics, which of course can't be found in Ukraine. That is why we went to the international exhibitions, we went to Munich and London and chose the best producers which could guarantee the ecological fabrics. And now we are using just ecological certified organic fabrics with the international certificate GOTS, which guarantees compliance with all of the highest ecological standards. This is their organic cotton and silk and recycled silk, banana silk, fabrics of cactus and hemp. We are one of the few brands which are using simultaneously organic and ethical fabrics. For instance, organic silk. I will tell a couple of words about it because something weird is happening. Well, something is happening with the computers. They're trying to invade our planet. So, organic silk. When you produce the traditional silk, mostly the producers use 6,000 insects with their cocoons to produce 1 kilo of silk. But when you create organic silk, you're just waiting for the insect to create the hole in the cocoon and to get out, going on with its life cycle, and only then they collect those cocoons. That is why this silk is considered to be ethical or no harm silk. And that's what we use, and also the ethical wool and other ethical materials. So we are trying to use all of our resources as efficient as possible. The remnants of the fabrics are recycled into the accessories. We are giving our customers, and we are suggesting for them to give back the apparel when the expiration date is over, just to stick to the principles of the circular economy. And altogether, our aim is to decrease the supply chains, or maybe to cut them, because, for instance, now we have to order silk from India, and lots of other fabrics are European, but still, we'd like to decrease those supply chains as much as possible and to create our own ecological production in the future, to guarantee all of the stages for them to be as ecological as possible, to decrease the impact onto the environment, and in the end of the day, not only to become a sustainable brand, but the regenerative one, that is not only to be carbon neutral, but also to help the restoration of the nature. And also we had, well, of course, we are totally innovators in this sphere. We are only a bit more of a year, but in August we won in the competition of New Fashion Zone and had an opportunity to study the mentors from Paris, and it helped us. It gave us a kind of acceleration, so we created our first full collection. I can show it quickly. Somehow I can't share my screen. Well, we have some technical issues now. Marina, will we be able to send out your slides among all of the participants? Yulia, Marina, we are out of schedule already a bit. Can I ask my favorite question now? Sure. What do you need with one sentence? What do you need for more ladies and women to come to the sector of sustainable innovations? Well, first of all, we need to conduct as much events like this as possible for more women and ladies and more people to think about the conscious consumption, ecological projects and green projects, and altogether it's always helping and inspiring and gives you confidence and strength to have various programs which stimulate the creation of such projects, maybe some grants, maybe some support of the state, educational support. And then, of course, more and more women will come to the conclusion that they can create the business in the topic of green technologies, because it's in our female nature, care, and green technologies is the care about the planet, about each of us. It's very natural for women to deal with green projects. So we need to support them to speak about that more, and then we'll have more excited and inspiring women. Thank you, Yulia. Well, I can only add to this answer that maybe we need a bit more of empathy from business communities, from media, from maybe organizations and organizers of similar events, educational programs and others as for the women. The perception of women as equal partners, as the people who can provide innovations. I think that this So yes, now we're coming to the topic of funding, about the tools of funding. And I personally, as we have this lack of applause at such important topics, I would ask all of the viewers of our broadcast in the chat, would you show the sign of applause? And we will applaud here with Irina for Yulia and Marina. Okay, so now we are moving on to our next speaker. We've got Ms. Irina Kravchenko with us, who's the deputy head of the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development in Ukraine, with interesting news about the financial opportunities funding of green businesses. Irina, are you ready? Because we are ready to show you now. Hello. Hello. Just a second. I was just listening so closely to the previous speeches that I even lost the moment. Do you hear me well? Perfectly. Okay. Hello, dear participants. I'm really happy to take part and to welcome you from behalf of the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development in this interesting and important event. I'd like to thank the European Union and Greencubator for the help in the organization of this event. What I'd like to say, well, you know, this is my first year of the work in Ukraine as the deputy director, but I'm in the bank for a long time. I'm even not counting, maybe 25 years. I've changed lots of different regions in the work and different departments. And one of my most freshest impressions when I came back to Kiev was the active participants of women. Active participants in economy, in business, in management and governance, in politics. And for me, it sounds really inspiring and well, it's not a reproach to men, of course. What I'd like to say about the European Bank. For us, all of those topics are so close. They are not new. And again, they were in our new strategic document, which was recently adopted, and 3 directions were created. The green approach, transition towards green economy. I think it's not a secret for lots of people that the European Bank used to be and is still the leader in the promotion of the green component, and again, it was fixed and documented in our new strategy. We've appointed a very ambitious goal to achieve 50% during the next 5 years. So we are so proud that in Ukraine last year we had 40% of projects which included green component. It's even higher than the average, which was achieved in the bank. The figures are just in the bank are impressive. That is 36 billion euro, which were invested in the green economy and more than 2,000 projects. Gender equality, providing equal opportunities, is also not a new topic for the European Bank, but Since this year, we are going on to consolidate more efforts and resources for its implementation because we consider that this is one more important potential for the development of the country and for the improvement of our life. And honestly speaking, I was so impressed with those stories and participants of women in the development of business that I think that we've got lots of opportunities here to promote all of that further on and to create more. Because there were lots of questions. What's needed to simplify, to ease the access and participants of women in the business and to make their participants more active, because it's not a secret that we are now living in the totally different conditions, complicated both for the business and the life, and so far there's a huge uncertainty how it will all go on. So that is why I think that the more involvement, the higher the involvement is through different means into this process, the process of economy and politics for women, I think it will provide additional resources which can help overcome it. And the third sphere is digitalization, or as I was told, deformization. Well, undoubtedly, without the new technologies, the solutions of even previous other components and is not possible at all. As you know, we've already piled up and collected lots of tools and programs for the realization and implementation of those aims and goals, the investments and special programs which are done with the help of the donors, because we are implementing lots of our programs. We are basing upon the means which are given by the European Union, the government of Sweden. We have the special fund for the development of small businesses. And of course, I wouldn't like to take more time, but I can't help mentioning two important programs which are being implemented now. First of all, the program of Women in Business, which has the main aim is the help for the women's entrepreneurship, which provides the help and financial support and consultations. It's well expanded in Ukraine, lots of people know about it, and I would like it to expand even more, and for you to involve other colleagues and in business, in your business, to invite for the participants. Thanks to those donors' means, it allows us to take some of the expenses and to cover them, to involve consultants which help you, which can help you in different aspects of the development of business, both management and preparation of some technical terms of references for your due diligence for your investment projects, and the development of the websites and marketing strategies, the help in the organization of the financial management, lots of different aspects. It used to be very successful, and lots of participants already got serious access to knowledge and profits and benefits from the participants in it. Another important program I'd like to mention today, we are launching a new stage of implementation of the program's Center of Transfer of Technology and Finance in the sphere of climate change, so-called cleantech. It provides the grants, the help of 15 million euro for the businesses provided for the countries of Eastern Partnership, the European Union. This money will be used to support SMEs and private enterprises where the number of employees is not higher than 3,000. It's not only our condition, this is the condition of our donors. The program includes the grants to implement green technologies with the low level of penetration together with the credit funding, the technical help and support. 2 million euro will be done for the new wave of climate innovative vouchers, 1 million of which will be provided to the innovators from Ukraine. So it's a very serious allocation of money within this program. The next round of selection of products will be announced in March. So I would ask you to follow our programs at the websites. So maybe that's it from me. As I told, I don't want to take much time from you. The European Bank helps both with the investments and money and its heart and with all of its experience. It totally helps what we're speaking about and is ready to support it with all of the possible resources. Thank you so much for your attention. And have a successful continuation of the event. Thank you. Serena, thank you so much for your investment, for the support that such projects like climate innovative vouchers in fact, the golden diggers finding green new talents and helping them to offer green innovations to the world. We are endlessly happy to work in this program together with you as well. Thank you. And now we are going on to our next speaker. This is the story of the transition, the history of Irina Stavchuk. This is the story of the transition from the civil sector to the governmental, to the public sector. And in both sectors, she is doing a very substantial investment. It seems to me that it's really nice to create such a puzzle of all innovations, because we spoke what can be done to involve the ladies. We saw what they done already. They said that there are some of the resources thanks to the programs of the European Union and EBRD, and now it's so important for us to understand what can be done at the state level, how it can be strengthened. When lots of entrepreneurs are speaking about the ecology through the fashion, through the mobility, through some other means, it's so important to hear and to understand what about the state, how it can strengthen this impact into the ecology, maybe initiate something, and how can we create the whole puzzle together. Miss Irina, the floor is yours. Good morning. For me, it's really the huge honor to congratulate the participants of this event for the women who are providing Ukrainian cleantech. I know some of the speakers personally, I've heard about others, and I'm really proud to hear the success stories of each of you. I'm working in the environmental changes of climate and advocating of green development for more than 15 years. I began this way, wanting to achieve better changes, working in the NGOs, and really, as for now, I'm working as a Deputy Minister of the Environmental Protection and Natural Resources. Since the beginning of work in the civil sector, I had an understanding that the huge changes can be achieved only when you're working somewhere in the UN at the highest level. It seemed to me that only there we've got the most important, the biggest leverages of impact and the opportunities to implement necessary changes. But working in the civil sector for more than 12 years and having achieved certain results, I totally changed my opinion how the changes are ongoing. I'd like to share some of my observations. First of all, the changes are happening thanks to the energy and motivation of some people. Such people can be found in business and civil sector, and I can see such people in the authorities and power authorities who, in spite of the complications, are still going on, and mostly in the environmental sphere, those are women. The changes are happening, uniting the people with the same opinion and with the support. Unfortunately, those people can be criticized and devaluated, not praised and not even supported. And those people who are working in the civil budget or in any other efficiency projects, they would understand that. But of course, our authority and our society is transforming. And as the society, we need to get to know how to combine ourselves and to support the initiatives of each other for the changes for the better and to support each other. It's done with the help of the systematic work, with the thorough work and high-quality development of all of the details and aspects, to find the first cause of the issue, to search for the solutions, and to rely upon the finding of the results. Now I'm working in the ministry, and in fact I'm rather responsible for the changes and tasks which I sent to the authorities myself lots of years ago in the context of the climate policy and all of the factors to achieve the changes which used to be relevant then, they are still relevant in the work at the level of the ministry. So if we're speaking in a global way, for us as the Ukrainians, the parents and just people from this planet, we have one more additional risk because of the global change of climate. The scientists warn us about tendencies, the increase of the temperature, disasters, ecosystem losses and flooding of some territories because of the increase of the level of the world oceans, the lack of water resources and lots of other dangerous tendencies. Also, the scientists prove that we also have the technologies to get the temperature at the safe level, and the humanity, if it wishes, if it shows certain initiatives, it would be able to counteract and to prevent all of those negative and disastrous tendencies. At the level of the ministry, at the level of the government, we have a very ambitious agenda, both in the sphere of the climate change and environmental reforms. Ukraine, in summer, at the highest political level, has joined the European Green Course. Just yesterday, at the discussion of the project of economic strategy up to 2030 from the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal, the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Economy, the Minister of Environmental Protection and others, we heard the topics about the importance of the green transformation of our country and achievement of climate neutrality in the long-term perspective. Green changes and transformations need to happen, in fact, in all of the sectors of economy, that is energy, where we should have substantial transformations as for the decrease of the use of coal, the development of the renewables, the preservation of energy and energy efficiency. In the industry, we have a huge potential of energy efficiency and modernization, and the ministry is working on the provision of the legislative framework of the transition to the integrated to the waste and emission, and to provide the best accessible practices and technologies in the governance. In the transport sphere, we should have the gradual electrification, the development of micromobility, public transport, and also lots of other transformational changes should take place. Our premises and buildings should become much more energy efficient, or maybe even to produce more energy than to consume. And in the agriculture, we should strengthen the efficiency of harvesting thanks to the new technologies of land processing and the use of words and also the new communication technologies and lots of others. Yes, in the forestry, this is the management of the branch, separating the functions and having the proper transition into the very lean and ecological use of forests. But simultaneously, we are working on the implementation of the e-accounting of the raw materials, inventorization of the forests, including the satellite data, to provide transparency and efficiency in the sector. In the waste management, there we have lots of rooms of improvement. We're focusing on the legislative framework in accordance to the European directives and favorable conditions for the implementation of hierarchy of the management of waste, the decrease of generation and recycling and the reuse, and in the end only we could bury that. And in the end we need the whole population of the country to participate in that. At the level of the government, we have the understanding of the importance of the innovations developments and the research in the context of the environmental protections. Those projects are happening with the help of the international grant projects. We're speaking a lot about that with the European delegation and other partners, but we're also open to any ideas and suggestions which can be done by the government as well. Has my personal attitude changed to the aspects how to solve the climate change when I came from the civil sector to the ministry? Both yes and no. On the one hand, Ukraine has a huge potential of win-win measures, and if we implement them, it will improve the life of the people. It will help to decrease the expenses for the healthcare. It will provide the energy security, and it will decrease the level of the losses for the communal services. So I personally believe that this is the only proper way for the development and welfare of the country. The only thing, working in the government, you do understand how fragile our management system is and how complicated and long is the process of promotion of the reforms, even using all of the efforts. I really like the phrase of the Francisco de Assisi, first, which has become my slogan. First, you should need what's necessary, then you need to do what's possible, and then you will see that you can do what's impossible. So thank you for your courage to act, and I wish you success in your projects in Ukraine and in the world, because there are lots of spheres left. where we didn't even do the necessary things. So let your energy, motivation, mutual support, and communities, and also systematic work step by step would lead to the necessary changes to preserve this planet and the welfare of the people. Thank you. If I was watching the broadcast, I would also put this sign of applause in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for the motivation, and I do hope that such principles, which were mentioned by Francisco de Assisi, and this life motto, which you mentioned now, that it will come to other state institutions and structures, and they will also provide the impossible. This is a very powerful message. Thank you. So, in fact, when you're listening to all of the tasks which you need to implement, we do acknowledge how complicated this work is, how many more institutions we need to involve, how many people need to be changing their negative practices they're having. So just remember that for us as the citizens, it's so important, and we do understand the whole negative impact of the climate changes, but I will be honest with you and frank with you. As a new mom, as one of the speakers said, it's so important for me to have the proper quality of air. So I would like to feel that we've got the institutions where I can come to at the level of the state, and I will be told that we are working on that, and our children will be healthy. So thank you for what you're doing. I think that combining those efforts, we can really achieve nice results. So thank you, and we are moving to the next inspiring panel. Irina Stavchuk, the Deputy Minister of Environmental Protection, has mentioned the topic of electrical transport and electrification of the public transport. So now we are moving to this topic of sustainable mobility. So in this topic, we will be speaking about how we can provide sustainable transport as a reality. That's why we invite Marina Kitina, who has bought the car 4 years ago, and she has become the driver for the changes of the regulatory framework. Marina is the project manager on the innovations of transport in the Office of Support of Reforms in the Ministry of Infrastructure. Lena Artemenko, the co-founder of the company Go2You, who is the graduate of the program of Climate Innovative Vouchers and Climate Launchpad, and Olga Bornyakova, who is the co-founder of One More, wonderful company which is developing the charging infrastructure, TOCA. TOCA are also the graduates of Climate Launchpad and Climate Innovative Vouchers. We're so happy that some of the resources helped you to move on with your companies, and I will be thankful for the assistance. If we are able to provide our session just during 20 minutes, it would be wonderful. Let's begin with our favorite questions. Yes, our favorite questions, what you managed to achieve, and I would even combine what you managed to achieve and the women leadership, how did it help? And for me personally, what's interesting, the impact onto the cities, because I like those cities, I'd like them to become better. And with what you are working on, it can be achieved. The floor is yours. You can begin, whoever wants to. I do apologize. I've got the black screen. I hear you well, but I don't see anything. That's why I'd like to ask whether it should be like that. Marina, we can see you both in the broadcast and here. Maybe, is everything okay with the broadcast? Yes, it is. So as for the black screen, you can find us behind it. We are even waving our hands for you. Well, I don't see you, but okay. The most important thing that you can see me. So I will even take a picture of the black screen for you to believe me. We believe you. But as the black screen can motivate, we can still begin. Okay, so let me begin. Well, you know, I was thinking a lot what I should tell about those important conference. First of all, thank you that you're reading and speaking about such important topics, which are so important not only in Ukraine but all over the world. So my separate gratitude for that. I think that it will be very boring if I said what we are doing in the Ministry of Infrastructure in the development of electrical mobility in Ukraine, because honestly speaking, I'm telling about that in my Facebook page. I'm speaking about that every event where I'm invited to or which we organize. But I think that today's meeting is not about that. I'd like to begin with a small story, how I came to the ministry. I came to the sphere of the development of electrical transport when I bought the electric car myself, when I decided sitting at the steering wheel that I will never come to the combustible engine car anymore, because this was an incredible feeling when you're coming to the environmentally clean vehicle. This is the number one reason why electrical mobility, because it's our health and future. Those are the thoughts about the future, about tomorrow. So when I brought my car and I took it in port of Odessa, because I ordered it from the US, I brought it myself to Kiev, and I did not understand anything about infrastructure. I knew that there is an electric car, I knew that it can charge from the cable, which is an additional thing, but how can we charge at the electrical charging stations? I did not understand a thing about that then. Well, of course, I had some friends which dealt with business of electrical mobility in Odessa and Kiev. I was totally connected and got in touch with them, and they told me how could I create the proper route to get to the destination point, and then I understood that the person who acquires an electrical car needs to think all the time how to create the route not to have any discomfort from point A to point B. So the second criterion why I like electrical mobility is the new culture, not only of the driving, but also of behavior, which makes people think, if I may say. I think I'm not offending anyone. So it was almost 4 years ago, and the video had lots of views. That was approximately 400,000 views. That the girl herself brought the vehicle, the car, and the time from Odessa to Kiev was approximately 23 hours. Come on. Why do you need that electric car if you go from Odessa for 5 hours, but you had to spend 24 hours to come to Kiev? But still, I will repeat, that will happen because I didn't know. It was the first time for me. And lots of time was spent. First, we had the infrastructure between the cities, especially it was such a popular thing, and all of the people know how to save, where to come, where to take, which apps to use, and so on. So when I went along this route again, it was 10 hours, and then 8 only. So as of today, even the 24 kilowatt accumulator is not that not comfortable. Because when people say that you cannot travel using Leaf, it's not true. So it began, and I understood that I'd like to work in this topic. I'd like to develop this direction. I came from business. It was a bit of a different way of thinking to the Ministry of Infrastructure. I had the first project because we were getting prepared to the... Well, everybody knows that we have a big Norwegian forum, annual forum, about because of the lockdown. We invited all of the ministers from all over the world, because this direction, as of today, is waiting for lots of famous countries. So with huge enthusiasm, I came to listen to this conference. Let's go there, I said, because the head of the ministry was Mr. Omelan, and I came to him and said, let's go there. He said, that's a nice idea. If it's working, let's do that. So I came to my colleagues. He got me acquainted with the people, with the experts who were working with the ministry to organize this travel. In my understanding, if there is the date of conduction and there is the link for the registration, there are the tickets, there are the plane tickets, which can take us to any point of the world during a very short time. I had to organize this meeting maybe in 2 days. What I needed to do? I needed to write down the letter to the Norwegian embassy to Ukraine, for it to be approved, to have the proper meetings. I don't remember which city that was, it's not that important, and to come and sign this letter to Mr. Minister. So to go to give the letter in Norway, to take it from the ministry, to sign it, and the travel is ready. So this was the end of my story, because to organize a similar meeting, it was necessary much more time, to spend much more time, because everything is done in a bureaucratic way, stage by stage. Everything is done as of today, according to my own opinion, a bit too slow. That is why we took 3 weeks to prepare this event. We did not go to Norway then. There were some other reasons. We didn't have enough time to get there. The minister was busy, I don't remember. But the women who are coming to the sector, to the state sector, public sector, why I appeal for you? Because the ladies have ambitions. And even when I was totally disappointed with what was done, I'm working so long at the ministry, and every morning I'm so happy to get to work because I would like to get there. Because I have an opportunity to change something. I have the ambitions, I have the stimuli, I know why I'm doing that. Yes, it's not always working how I'd like it to be. Maybe because of the time, sometimes I'm late or something is not working, but still, it seems to me that the women are much more insisting than men are, and that is why my enthusiasm never vanished. And vice versa. I'm burning it every day, and I'm very grateful to have such an opportunity. Thank you, Marina. That is motivating. When I would conduct such an experiment for all of the today's speakers to create such an air assault team to different state authorities. Considering which cool innovations they've invented, maybe they should integrate for some period of time to provide the mini revolution in the state authorities. Just wait, we're speaking about businesses as well. We like and we very value and we respect green business as well. So in fact, we spoke about Marina rose the topic of from Odessa to Kiev by the electrical car. Olga, to some extent, has this vector of movement developed. And now we've got 2 representatives for Olga, do I remember it right? Odessa is your native city, right? Yes. So Lviv and Odessa. When will we be able? What are your efforts which allow electrical cars and drivers like Marina and tens of thousands of others to look at the electric cars not like a city or urban vehicle, but the vehicle for traveling all over the country? Who would begin? Olga? I can begin. But please, 4 minutes max, okay? Yes, sure. I can see that we are out of schedule. So it's so pleasant that you've invited me to such a wonderful conference, and in fact, it's really, I do agree, it's so cool that such conferences should be organized. And what you do, you spend so many efforts to propagate green technologies and innovations, to disseminate them. And the role of a woman in the development of the new technologies is that we can speak a lot about feministic aspects of this issue still. Honestly speaking, I'd drive your attention to the role of leadership as it is in innovations. As leadership, whether it's as man or woman, first of all, it speaks about responsibility which the person can take. And it takes responsibility for himself, herself, and his or her team, his or her project, and for this project to provide something for the society. So it's a very important point which we need to develop in ourselves, it's obvious. And of course, we can feel this fear for leadership because it's not that easy and shameful to try something new. We don't feel enough support which can be brought up since the childhood. So if we drove more attention to it, if we supported each other more, I'm sure that we could achieve much more results. From our behalf, we began in 2013 because Tesla at the moment started and we really were excited by it. We created a Tesla club. We brought the first Tesla to Ukraine in 2014, and then maybe, as Marina has mentioned, we were sure that we have the bad infrastructure, or I would say the lack of infrastructure, and it will never help us to develop electrical mobility in Ukraine. Since that day, when we came from Lviv to Kiev, it took us, well, really approximately 24 hours. We had to sleep, to had an overnight somewhere closer to Rivne. And the state at the moment did not provide us any support, so from our behalf we decided that we need to involve the support of the businesses which would like to provide such an additional comfort and convenience. So in fact, this vector is still like this. We are doing that for the drivers of electrical cars to feel this convenience during their travels, for them to be working for good, and we need to support them from all of the sides. We need to provide the service which would allow them to feel themselves privileged and really the ones who made the proper choice, not just to torture with some additional charge. So in our product, we are suggesting for the drivers of the electric cars to download the app and to reserve, to book the charging station, which is the leading technology both in the world. There are no analogies of this in advance booking. We are really proud of that, honestly speaking. Whether we can connect it to the topic that we have two co-founders, maybe yes, we can. Because I will tell in a nutshell about such an important aspect. We can see that the huge number of bookings is done first of all by female drivers. Male drivers consider that they are coming and the charging station will be free. So they just show this booking for other drivers who will have to charge after them. So I think yes, women are more paying attention to the comfort of what they're doing. That is why their active participants in the development of innovations will help the comfortable implementation and introduction of those innovations. So I really appeal that you should search and support the women. Please try not only pay attention to the gender points, because both men and women are rather ambitious and interesting and creative, with lots of technological potential, and the women are as well. So undoubtedly, we need to provide certain positive discrimination now. And then I think everything will be really cool. Thank you, Lena. One more interesting point. In fact, our today's program, we've got lots of family businesses. Go to You is an example of an interesting family business. But I'd like now to come to one more layer of Toka. Toka is a substantial and weightful player at the charging infrastructure market. Olga, you are the co-founder of the company, and you, with Stefan, who is the leading partner, managing partner, I'm interested how you create this balance. You're looking more at the strategy, so how do you create your strategic leadership working in the company which is developing this infrastructure? Olga, you've muted the microphone. You need to unmute it. Well, I'll try to have these 4 minutes because this topic is so expanded, and while the speakers were speaking, Marina and Lena mentioned lots of new topics which I didn't even prepare to, but I'd like to say that the key thing Lena was mentioning properly, that to have this proper good thing is one thing, but to keep them for the long term at the side of good is a totally different task of ours, because the impulse which we provided since the very beginning with these charging stations, with this message, some convenience of the development on infrastructure, we could totally use it, but to keep it at the same level and to grow and to scale it up is a totally different and much more complicated task. Yes, the first charging station emerged in Odessa because it's my native city, and this is how we created this symbiosis and collaboration with Stefan, my partner. So this is the nice example when we didn't have any gender diversity, where there were two people with similar ambitions, values, and aims, which had a wish to create something. And a very important key moment, answering your question why there are not that many women. In fact, the green tech and clean tech is for everybody, especially in Ukraine. It's a totally new starting playground. Nobody has experienced that, neither men nor women. We had the equal entry conditions, which are totally similar. Zero expertise gives us an opportunity to have this entry together, to grow together, and to provide something our own, a bit of a different vision, because it's historically different among men and women. But still, one more important moment, coming back to Lena's comments. Leadership is responsibility. Going away from some romantic component of green tech, that's business. We are doing business. What is business? That's responsibility. And unfortunately, this key, what we lack as women in our sector, and maybe in business as well, the opportunity to take responsibility, including the financial responsibility. This is one of the key moments which I was thinking for a long time. What interferes, what bothers, why there are not that many female founders? There are women who are taking the managerial positions in our industry, but there are not that many founders, because the founders is about a very big and huge sphere of responsibility. So maybe this is one of the key moments I'd like to mention and to change or to include. Olga, perfect timing. So now then I have the question, and I would ask you to begin then. What do you consider it's necessary to do? Which skills and habits we should gain for the sector to have more women coming? I really liked the idea that the sector is the tabula rasa, so the opportunities are equal. But what can we do for the implementation to be full for the women in the sector? If we speak about the green tech and clean tech, that's the lack of information. Marina, thank you so much, because Marina is conducting a very active development. She's showing and doing all of that openly, attracting attention, especially of the women. There's a lack of information. Not that many women understand their opportunities, including career opportunities in this new industry, in this sector. There are lots of them. They're equal, they're endless. And of course, we are so far in the very beginning. And also, we need to fight with our own fears. That's what's important. Maybe it sounds trite or primitive, but we have it. There is this obstacle of fear. Among our women, their imposter syndrome is much higher than the men's, so it also can be an obstacle for the active pathway. I'd like to agree with Olga, because I was thinking what I should wish in the end. First of all, it's fear. We're always afraid of something, and my calling to the women, please stop being afraid of your own ambitions, stop being afraid of your wishes. You need to go, you need to request. And the women are so open. Well, of course, there are lots of people who can say that we don't have women's friendship. It does not exist. But surrounding people, my surrounding, we can always tell, and all of the other speakers can always help and support, and we will find the proper direction which is necessary for you. We just need to stop being afraid. Thank you. Lena, will you add anything? Yes, I can add. I agree with this statement that women. It's not that easy for women to have some errors, because they have the previously perceived estimate or assessment from the society. If she doesn't cope with something, why did she leave the kitchen? Maybe something is wrong with her. She should cook, and that's it. So this is how our society is working. We need to break it. We need to fight with it. And For women, we need to be really bold and courageous to come to the level of responsibility which really depends on the support of the surrounding people. And I'd like to emphasize this topic that women really need to help each other. And the more we are helping each other and create this collaboration between the women, the more our female community, our sector can develop better. There were some phrases of Margaret Thatcher that the women who don't have the support of other women, they have a special place in the hell. So I think that maybe we can invent the opposite topic. And we need to take that into account, to hire women, to search for women among the partners, not to go on with those stereotypes and cliches, because unfortunately the women themselves sometimes do that. But I think lots of positive things are done in this direction, and I think that we can change lots of things today. Well, in fact, it's rather interesting. We are smiling with Roman because just before the beginning of the event, Roman quoted Margaret Thatcher, and we were saying that unfortunately in Ukraine in particular, we have lots of declared things that the women need to help other women, but in practice it's not that obvious. And on the other hand, I can see the organization of lots of women's clubs in different formats where the women are ready to provide certain mentorship, and it's really very valuable. So if you are open for that, I think it's one more key messages of the today's event. That you are not only the examples of innovators, but also you're the example of the leaders who are ready to support other ladies. So leadership is to lead for yourself, to show with your own example, not to say how it should be done. Because to say how you do it, it's very valuable for the whole sphere, for the whole branch. And Marina mentioned about the creation of such a club. I heard such an idea. Sorry? I do support that. So after the conference, we could speak about that, and maybe, Ira, you will take the electric car yourself. Well, while the ladies were speaking, I thought, if I'm your customer, if I'm your future client, well, my husband is already your customer. I am not still, and I will explain why. Because I'm speaking about the comfort versus ecology. I'm really for ecology, but I have a little child. And if I think where to park, how to organize it, it's an additional effort. And if we have it, and if you convince me that it's comfortable with different mobile apps, with this infrastructure, it's okay, I do promise that I will take the side of the good. It seems to me that Ira, as such a client, is a wonderful preacher of the sustainable transport. Could I add one more point to Irina? We don't need to think that you don't have time for something. Please take an electric car for a week of your husband, and you will understand that there are no obstacles as of today, especially in the city. Any inconveniences won't be felt. But how can I charge it? If you left for us for a longer time, we would totally convince you that it is totally a big advantage. Okay, we will create one more event where I will definitely use electrical vehicle, and then we'll take lots of mums. Okay, deal. Dear Olga, Lena and Marina, thank you so much for such an inspiring panel. We need to move on, but definitely we need to keep in touch and to involve more people in this discussion. For everybody who is watching the broadcast in the stream, I would ask to pose a heart and applause to Olga, Lena and Marina, and we give you a round of applause with huge gratitude. Now we are moving on and moving to space. We are moving to aerospace industry, because there we've got lots of interesting innovations. Moreover, tonight we had a wonderful piece of news about one of the companies which will be having the speech now. I'm just thinking how much we need to make our Earth green, and maybe the fact that we take care about the environment. For us, the space industry is so cool as well. When we said that we prepared the agenda, we were speaking about the colleague with Natalia Borodkanich, who will join us soon. and with Anna Koicheva that we have one of the huge tasks, the ecology of space, ecology of orbits. So do we have Natalia? I can see you. Hello. Olena, I welcome you as well, but we need maybe to have the proper angle of the camera to see you better. Okay, perfect. So the image is not the best, but still. Would you please tell us about space and aviation? What do your companies do in this direction? Which products you create? Because we know them, we love them. Natalia, hello, and I welcome you with yesterday's piece of news. For those who doesn't know this piece of news, yesterday the company, the founder of Noosphere Group, Firefly Space, has signed the contract with NASA for $100 million for the delivery of commercial products within the moon mission. So we do congratulate you with that. Space, ecology, materials, 3D printing. Who of you can begin? Who will share the achievements, what you are doing in this niche? Why space? And aviation is environmental and sustainable. Where do we have the place for green technologies there? If you allow me, I can begin. Do you hear me? Yes, we do hear you. Then thank you so much, Roman, for the invitation. It's so pleasant for me to be with you and to share my knowledge with you and to tell a bit, to make space closer to you. So, in a very nutshell, when I tell about our global plans, we are the group of projects of Noosphere, and we are involved in creating vertical integrated space business. We'd like to have everything in-house, beginning with our own rocket, and the first launch of Rocket of Alpha will happen soon, will take place soon. We're also creating our own space distant zones of the Earth, which will monitor the Earth, and also we have our own analytics of the data. I use data analytics company, which analyzes the data. If we speak about the ecology of space, because I would like to speak about two spheres, the ecology of space, and the second one is the ecology of the Earth from the space, the opportunities. So when we speak about the ecology of space, unfortunately, there we also have the same global issues as well as on the Earth. The space is polluted. For space, this problem is even higher, because everything, all of the remnants of space, shuttles which are space litter are moving, and the biggest detail can harm the acting space shuttle, or, God forbid, it can harm the people for the International Space Station. Our company has a department, the SETS company, which deals with the creation of environmentally clean electric propulsion engines, which have to be in every space shuttle. What it will provide in the future, after the satellite is working out of this research, it will be taken out of the orbit, and we won't have any litter after us in the space. It's so important, and we are lobbying this legislative piece to be compulsory for any space craft, because it's much more expensive to clean the space than to prevent littering. And we have an analytics company which deals with monitoring of Earth from the space, and this is the key idea of the whole business of ours by our founder, investor, and the head, Maxim Polyakov, that space, we need space to improve the life here on Earth. So we are not planning to inhabit Mars. We are planning to use space technologies to solve our earthly tasks. Thank you, Roman, that you mentioned about our wonderful news, which is also in the concept of this company, that the company of Firefly Aerospace has got the contract with NASA for the delivery of goods to Moon. But it doesn't mean that we will inhabit Moon. We would like to take the dirty industry from our paradise Earth to some solar system corner. We've researched the whole solar system, and we can't find the better way of life than on Earth. So we need to preserve the resources and to focus upon the problems which are piled up on the Earth. So our company of EOS Data Analytics sees one of the most important tasks is to improve and to solve different environmental problems on Earth. The problems of EOS data analytics provides analytics of data with the help of the space shots in different spheres. That is agriculture, for instance, when we can forecast harvest. This is retail and insurance. We are actively working in that. We provide different patterns about how we can insure ourselves, and also we provide the environmental sphere, and I am happy to be the head of this sphere. We've got lots of projects, interesting ones. We are working in all of the continents, even in the Antarctics, and we have the digital maps created for our National Antarctic Center. And if we choose out of all of the cases which we have already implemented on environment topic, I'd like to share the latest one, which has the name of Golden Eye. In a nutshell, this grant has been won within the program of Horizon 2020 to implement this project. The idea is very long-term. When we had the first huge disastrous catastrophes at the producers in the mining industry in Southern America, we could see when we had the dam broken, millions of tons of enriched remnants of the mining industry got to the ocean. The pollution happened. So we know that in Ukraine we have the mining industry as well. We have the mines and carriers which then are flooded, and we have different ecological and environmental problems. We decided that the satellites can help to foresee or to prevent different disasters. So we began to test our technology, and the different problem, one more problem which we could see, that after the activity of a human in the mining industry, we've got the closed mines left, or the carriers left, which are never working anymore. So we decided that we need to deal with the renaturation, because from the space we can see all the different acid water getting to the live environment. But the space industry technology is interesting for us because we are speaking with the plants, because we can define the chlorophyll when we have the unfavorable land and earth for the plants. Now we won the grant at the European Union together with the team of the European companies who take part in this project as well. We are providing the global monitoring of all of the carriers, and I do hope that in the future this project will be implemented in Ukraine, because the Ukrainian company is working on those technologies, and in the future we will be able to make them useful for Ukraine in this case, because of course we implementing the other project in Ukraine. We've got lots of them, they're numerous. So we'd like to say that we have lots of solutions for smart city as well. We are helping to make our life and our city more comfortable from the satellite, providing the information. That's in a nutshell. So you see, I was looking at the spark on your eye when you heard the topic of smart city. That's an important topic for Irina. Yes, the cities really need our help, and I will be happily invite you to the International Summit of Mayors of the Cities to show how it works, because it can seem that those topics are not connected, but it's so important for the Ukrainian cities and the authorities to understand which opportunities are there to make the partnerships. It's so important. Yes, thank you. Olena. And now, as for you, the company of Red Wave, Czerwona Chwila, which is known as X-Beam 3D, it brings with titanium spare parts for the maritime branches of mining, for the aircrafts, for spacecrafts. This is an innovative segment. How do you now develop your business, and what are the directions it is focused upon from the perspective of the development? And what do you create in your company? What has been created since our last visit? Miss Lena, you've muted your microphone. We don't hear you. You need to press the button of the microphone, and would you move to the center of the frame? Do you hear me now? We hear you perfectly. Well, first of all, hello, all of the participants of the conference, and it's so pleasant that you invited us. As for the Red Wave, as for now, we are dealing with the improvement of our technology during the 6 years Since the emergence of the whole idea, we've created the technology, we've developed the equipment, we've created this equipment, and now our equipment is delivered to several customers. Some of them are already assembling it, some are already work with it. And also we have one of our biggest achievements as for now. We are now in one of the biggest 3D printing businesses on metal. It is in Ukraine, it is located in Ukraine, and now we are testing it, its work, the materials, which we have the opportunity to produce with the help of it. The achievements, well, we consider it's a huge achievement that during this period of time we have created such kind of equipment, we delivered it to the customer is working with it, and now we are closely cooperating with them on which outcomes it gets, what's necessary to improve, what's necessary to take away from this equipment. So we are totally improving it permanently. We are now in the process of improvement constantly. If we speak about the aerospace, it's also one of the directions of our work. Our end aim is for our 3D printers for the metal printing to be used in the aerospace sphere. And the scale can be different from the smaller 3D printers, which can be taken with yourselves and to fly to space with them and to use them there for the production of the necessary spare parts, to the bigger production of spare parts and components to the aerospace equipment. At this stage now, we are closely cooperating with their institutes from China, the European and American institutes, which study our samples produced and manufactured on this equipment. Their chemical components, they are testing them. And we do hope that we will achieve success with it, with our common efforts, and we will use and take part. Our equipment will be used and taking part in this sphere in this way. So in a nutshell, that's it about our achievements as for now. From the perspective of the ecology, I think that our achievement is that there are not that many institutions dealing with titanium in the world, so thanks to our technology, we are not using it, we're using it, saving it. It's not done as remnants, it's not going as a waste. We use them for 97% for the production of products. It's really changing in comparison with what it used to be when lots of titanium was lost in the process of manufacturing. In a nutshell, those are our achievements and what we're doing now. Well, you know, I've got the question which we never posed at any panel discussion before. We can see women's leadership in a very sophisticated and complicated topic of global scale. I'd like to ask, who are your competitors? How hard it is for the Ukrainian companies with the women's leadership to compete at the global market? Can I try? Yes, thank you. So if you allow me, I could answer. Thank you. In fact, we've got more problems for the Ukrainian companies which were emerging in Ukraine because we needed to break the stereotypes. Our space industry for more than 50 years was totally state-centric. It was considered that just the state can deal with space And for us to work in Ukraine, we had to lobby the changes to the legislation. And we've already overcome a long way. Today it's legal, and in Ukraine we can deal with space activity. In particular, the rocket building can be done by the private company at the global level. There were no such problems. I can see that, of course, we've got lots of competitors, but they're not in Ukraine. All of our competitors, the majority of them are in the United States, Europe and China, all over the world. I can't say that there is such a problem, an issue, as for the representation of women. Thanks God, the space industry has lots of women in it, but again, this is as for the world scale. If we speak about Ukraine, I will amaze you and surprise you. Ukraine still has such stereotypes at one of the state enterprises in Dnipro that the women cannot be done at the launch. It is considered to be a bad sign. So it happened during Korolov's times. There were no women at the launch of the rockets. Unfortunately, we have the same at the state enterprises. The women are taking part in the preparation of the tests, but at the day of the test, they can't be present there because it's considered to be a bad stereotype. Well, of course, we shouldn't have it in our company because we are the young and dynamic business. So in the top management of the company, we always had women. We have them now. So there were never problems like that. We have the nice example of business based on science. So that's why we've got lots of both male and female scientists working in our companies, and lots of ladies are the candidate of technical sciences, which is also very pleasant. Olena, what can you add to that? Well, I may say that in fact, if we look at the points of view of the women in the company, we don't have any problem with that. We've got more problems because all of our competitors are male companies, which are located, as it was said by Natalia. We don't have competitors in Ukraine, that's Europe, that's the United States. And the problem is more not in the issue of men and women, but more in the investment of our business. As, for instance, if you take the same idea and it is done as a startup or as a program by some European company, it can quicker collect the investment money. It will be able to find some internal money to produce and to test certain new samples of equipment. In Ukraine, it's not that easy to provide because the issue is not the women, but because people just don't trust Ukraine as a country. They don't acknowledge it as a country. Or maybe they don't know that Ukraine has talented, hardworking, clever people. So I would take this issue not about gender, but about Ukraine, because unfortunately they are afraid to work with Ukraine and the world. We faced the situations when we were told they have a very cool technology, but you are from Ukraine. And our organization will never work with Ukraine. Whether you are man or women, it doesn't matter. Our organization won't work with Ukraine. So it makes us think on that, and we wouldn't like to provide optimization as it's done in the taxation sphere to leave Ukraine. So we're trying to find the way for us to be in Ukraine, to be Ukrainian, and for us to be acknowledged anywhere. This is the only issue of ours which exists for us in our business. Thank you. You raised a very important topic, and thank you so much for your progressive businesses and global scale ideas. Thank you. We'd like to give a round of applause to you. And we've got the applause from the viewers, and there is a request for you to place a sign of applause in the chat. And now we're going to the next report. I need to say that I really hope that there will be one day when we will be able to read the book of our next speaker about the huge piece of work which she has already done for the good of our state, standing for Ukrainian interests of the huge-scaled court cases. But now what's interesting, the new kind of work in Lana Zerkal's speech, who is today the advisor of the head of the board of the group of Naftogaz. This is the new huge piece of work which has a huge component of European energy safety and European strategy. Lana, we're happy to welcome you. We're happy that you've joined us. And we're definitely waiting to listen about the new priority of work of yours. And maybe it will be the foundation that in a couple of years, when we want to say how we'd like to read the book written by Lana about this case. The floor is yours. Lana, you're on air. We are ready to listen to you, but it seems that you're muted your mic. Does she hear us? Hello, do you hear me? Yes, we do hear you and we see you. It's so pleasant. I did not mute my microphone, I just have two soundtracks simultaneously and it really doesn't let me to introduce. So maybe in the neighboring window you've got the broadcast, right? You just need to close it. And like this, well, we can still hear you. Okay. Then again, hello. It's really a new topic for me, but it's not that brand new, because this is the first time when, for me, the European norms emerged in my life in the beginning of the 2000s. And the issue of ecology and sustainable development for me has become my own during the negotiations with the European Union about the new association agreement. So, considering the challenges which the world faces, considering the global tendencies, such company as Naftogaz just cannot be aside and not to deal with the emissions and not to achieve carbon neutrality. That is why our strategy already foresees as one of the components is the achievement of carbon neutrality up to 2040. And we will spend our efforts for that. As you know, in the European Union and in the countries of Europe, we've got a new hype, or maybe the new religion. This religion is connected with a very popular product like hydrogen. This is the new material which everybody is hearing about. People like to talk about it, but they don't understand what to do with it, because there is no market of this product so far. And first of all, we'd like not to lag behind Europe. We secondly understand that the new products emerge, and they emerge not just like that, but as the search of the way to achieve carbon neutrality. For such company as Naftogaz, our first priority, of course, is the extraction, generation and the provision of the energy safety of Ukraine and the development of the technologies which are connected with the gas production, first of all. But the achievement of carbon neutrality for us is the new priority now. And we are developing in this direction simultaneously with the development of the processes ongoing in the European Union. Up till the middle of the next year in the European Union, they will create the new legislation which will regulate the trade of hydrogen, the production of hydrogen, and also it will foresee all of the processes connected with the control for the waste and taxation of the waste. So now we are focusing our attention on this direction. Simultaneously, we are going on considering that hydrogen is not the panacea. which will be able to save the whole world. The European Union and Germany in particular were already trying to create a certain mecca in Africa to produce new energy with the use of solar batteries. And in Congo, there was such a platform which had to provide provision of the new green energy in the European Union. It never happened because of the internal issues which emerged in Congo. As for now, the European Union and Germany are going on their policy. As for the necessity of the supply of green energy sources from other countries, it is connected with the lack of certain sources in Germany and their wish to provide the full neutrality of the country in 2050. I wouldn't like us to be transformed in this annex, which will just deliver hydrogen or green energy to Germany only, in spite of what is happening in Ukraine. And in Ukraine now, the energy mix is looking really sad. We've got 30% of coal and only 5% of energy mix and consumption is green energy. We consider that our task is, first of all, the increase of this part of green energy. How we increase it, we are studying this issue. We are coming to this issue in a strategic way, and we can see huge perspectives in that. First of all, those are the perspectives of the development of the new for Ukraine branch. This is the offshore petrol. Because in Ukraine, this sphere is not that developed. Naftogaz has already got an opportunity to begin the development and the research in the Black Sea, and we also consider that we need to research the opportunities of the use of our natural resources and the opportunities in the Black Sea to develop the new green energy, which can be an additional leverage in the development of the hydrogen energy. And maybe we will consider ourselves as the part of the European Union and European market of energy in hydrogen as well. In a nutshell, that's what we are doing. And as for the women's leadership, I think that we are full of courage to deal with the new projects. And we don't have that many stereotypes and cliches onto the reality than men do. So we are more progressive, and we'd like to live, and for our children to live in the world which will be more attractive for them and won't have that many threats. So what will you say, Irina? Lana, I may say that you are the champion as for the questions. I've got an open list of the questions which people would like to ask you, but I'd like my partner of moderation of this wonderful event to comment upon a couple of really ambitious points. Well, in fact, I'm following Lana's activity for a long time. I really respect you, and I'm grateful what you mentioned, all of the achievements, in particular for Ukraine. In fact, it's a very nice example, and I really like your vision, which combines your business and diplomatic career, that there are ambitions to be with the European Union, to have such achievements which Ukraine would be proud of, and maybe to be even more attractive. So I'm really thankful for that as well. And if you allow me, I'd like to read a couple of questions. I won't have time for all of the questions which we got for you, but still. You've mentioned the topic of offshore wind, and the topic of the questions will be about that. Which perspective do you see of the hydrogen to solve the issues of accumulation of the excess of the energy from the solar stations? And we can mention wind stations there as well. What do you see in the standardization of hydrogen technologies? And one more point which concerns the production of green hydrogen. they say that green hydrogen is only 10% of its use and preservation and transportation. This is where we can see real challenges. Does the group of companies of Naftogaz ready to consider the innovative projects which are working with those issues and where we could take the proposals? I will ask only 3 questions. There are much more of them, but at least some of them should be posed for you. Well, in fact, those are interesting questions, and I need to tell again that I'm going on to consider that hydrogen, as for now, is an issue of the new religion, which has just emerged in the European Union. So according to the McKinsey researchers, which we have conducted this week and started this week, and which have been presented, hydrogen will grow, its use will grow in the energy mix in the world scale only after 2035, when we have certain technologies which would allow hydrogen to be commercially attractive from the perspective of business and the product. Still, we have to understand that the use of electrical energy up to 2050 will increase for 75%. So in this mix, there will be more wind and solar components than hydrogen. Hydrogen will get its place at the market only after 2035. Considering that, we can see that hydrogen can be used in the internal production because, for instance, to provide the development and gigawatt of the new capacity and of the new format, it will cost us additional 50 tons of waste or emissions of CO2. For it not to take place, we need to change the production of steel and to use in the production of steel hydrogen and the new energy. Those are interconnected processes which we cannot consider separately from each other. That is why, for us, hydrogen is one of the components of our strategy we are working on, and where we also try to involve European experts who are working on the development of the European legislation. As for standardization, it's really the issue, because hydrogen as of today has the name of green, blue, grey fuel, and it depends which sources it is taken from and how it is produced. And what is happening then? Whether we'll have the increase of the production of hydrogen, which will bring us to the increase of the CO2 emission? That's an important question. If you allow me, I will ask you one more short question about one more important core of the Ukrainian economy, Ukrainian hydrogen technical station. I understand that the unbundling took place and there is the separate operator of the station, but when we speak about this huge transition, do you have your own gas transmission system in it? Should we expect that with the increase of the transit alternative capacities of Russia, our gas transmission system could not become relevant enough before the hydrogen transition in 15 to 20 years? I do not believe that Ukrainian gas transmission system can become not attractive or not be used by the Ukrainians. And it won't be used because we are also going to increase the production of gas. And besides that, the gas consumption will increase and will never go down in the countries of Eastern Europe, because in spite of the problem in Ukraine with the use of coal, and it's at a very high level, our neighboring country, Poland, is using coal more than Ukraine. And in the Polish mix, coal is more than 70% now. They will need to replace it. So gas transmission system of Ukraine and our gas storages will be demanded for a very long time, at least up to 2050, for sure. But all of the forecasts witness that we will have a decrease of the use of oil, there will be the decrease of the use of coal, and we need to foresee it in Ukraine as well, for us to be able to provide this transition to gas and the transition to other sources of energy in the productions which are using now not that environmentally attractive means. As for the alternative pipelines like Nord Stream 2 and Turkish Stream 2, well, really, Russia did everything possible not to have their gas in the Ukrainian pipe. Whether they cope with that, so far they don't. Whether they will cope with that, in my opinion, they won't. The question for us, whether we want to transport their gas. From the perspective of the economy, for us it's an issue of the provision of budget allocations and income, and we are not ready to refuse the delivery of Russian gas into Europe. Still, I'd like to say that diversification of the delivery and the opportunities of the use of virtual rivers have created the market in Ukraine which never existed before and which is developing and is becoming attractive for our Western partners. Thank you. So, in fact, we've got lots of questions left. I think that we will communicate with the colleagues from your press service to the public information to provide certain answers. Now we need to move on. Thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you in the complicated and important points. Thanks. Success to you, and we are moving on to the next panel discussion. So this is the native topic for the Greencubator renewables. And now we have some pleasure to communicate with three more leaders in business who have provided an incredibly huge investment into the renewables to become in Ukraine an important part. We will be speaking about the component of sustainable energy, first of all solar one, and we'll have the Director Executive of Unisolar, Tatiana Odnorog. We will have Alina Sviderska, who is the head of the business development in the company of Skatek Solar Ukraine. And we'll have Valentina Belyakova, who is the regional director of the company TIU Canada. We are so happy to get acquainted with you, because in fact, during those years of acquaintance with you, it was so pleasant for me to see that investment, those efforts, and those investments of efforts and will for this market to take place. As for Tatiana, we got acquainted with her in 2009 when Greencubator was only being born, and this is the example of this continuity of the work for the development of the market. Alina and Valentina have devoted and committed a substantial part, time and strength to create the business around the sustainable energy sector. And we also have a traditional question. What have you achieved by your companies? What have you constructed as of today? Just 1.5 minutes for you to tell and to boost what you have now. Tatiana, will you begin? Hello, I'm so happy to meet you. I'm happy to see this invitation. My name is Tatiana. My company of Unisolar for more than 10 years is in this sphere. As the organizers said, during those years we've constructed more than 450 megawatt capabilities of the solar stations. We had reliable, wonderful foreign partners, that is more than 20 top producers of equipment for the construction of solar stations. And of course, we are so happy that our partners, more than 400 satisfied customers who are using solar stations during more than 10 years. The new trends, the new changes in the market gave us an opportunity and the huge wish not to stop on that, to move on. We are developing the hybrid stations for our own consumption. We are moving in the direction of the hydrogen, which was mentioned above. We are cooperating with an architectural, construction spheres and developer spheres to use solar materials to increase energy efficiency of the premises. And of course, the agrarian is with the main direction. This is the main customer which is really providing us with confidence that agrarian business in Ukraine will become more competitive, more energy independent, and more confident in Ukraine. That's a very interesting direction, because it seems to me that as for agrophotovoltaic, we'll have to provide a separate roundtable or the discussion. But now we need to move on. Thank you, Tatiana. Alina. Norwegian, huge Scandinavian business in Ukraine. How does it feel? And what about Scatec Solar? What have you created and what are your plans for the future? A minute and a half for you. Yes, hello everybody. Yes, really, the company is huge. We are working all over the world since 2010 or 9. We came to Ukraine in 2017. As for that time, the investment attractiveness was very high, and since then we've got lots of companies. We know that the market of green energy is about 30% of clean foreign capital. As of today, we've created approximately 401 megawatt of portfolio. The part of this portfolio is the other working stations, and if we convert those megawatts in the investments, that's approximately 400 million euro of investments into the country. Our projects are all over Ukraine, from the southern, central, and northern parts of Ukraine. Mostly those are solar stations, but as our company is constantly developing all over the world, we are involved in the new technologies, that's wind and hydro and storage. So in fact, our mood is very positive as for what we'd like to develop more and more. But the regulatory framework of Ukraine should allow that. And the most important thing for the attitude to the investments, international investments, not to decrease and not to worsen. So everything depends on ourselves. We're also constantly supporting the development of proper technologies and regulatory framework. And also it depends on our state, whether it's willing to develop this sphere more. So to say it in the diplomatic way, maybe now the country is in the state of energy transition, which is really makes us very turbulent times. We don't know where to move on, but it's still a very interesting stage we are living through now. Thank you, Alina. Valentina. Thank you, Roman. Thank you for the invitation. By the way, I'd like to say that since the very beginning of the conference, I'm listening to it, and I'm deeply impressed by it. How many clever and innovative ladies we have in this sector. I'd like to mention that I'm working in TIU Canada. I'm its director in Ukraine, and our company is the first Canadian investor which invested into the solar energy in Ukraine. We constructed approximately 60 megawatt in Ukraine. The philosophy of our company is not only creation on construction of the green technologies, but also creation of the job places, the future for our generations. This is the social diverse projects, and also the creation of opportunities for the women to realize themselves. By the way, our first two projects were created by the company which belongs to women, who are the founders. EPC contractor of ours, and besides that, I'm the president of the Women's Energy Club, so I think lots of you know that we united the women working in the energy sector, and we're going on to involve women who are working in this sector, who would like to work in this sector, those who are still in doubts, and that is why we will be very happy if you join us. Irina. With our three panelists, I have the pleasure to be acquainted for a very long time. So I can see lots of leadership in what they're doing. I know that you know Alina for a long time. but I'm not sure that you know Valentina and Tatiana. What's your impression? What would you like to ask them? The topic of women's leadership and how you create your businesses. I will try to pose the question in the different key. It's a very important topic, it's a complicated one, and I'm sure that your clients, very often your clients are men. And in particular, my favorite and painful topic is cities. Cities can be your clients, or partially they are already. How complicated it is to convince men that this topic is important, whether they are complicated clients and partners, because today we are speaking not only about the women's leadership separately, we are still living in the society. Sometimes it can be a synergy. So how complicated it is for you to have these clients and partnerships? Could I begin? For me as a woman who would like to develop myself in this direction, at some moment I decided that solar energy, renewables, is what's important for me and what I'd like to deal with. So I had to construct this whole sphere side by side with men. My whole society and surrounding are men. But you know, first it seems not to be that easy. But as soon as you feel that you live with it, that you are giving the part of yourself, part of your efforts to this course, any gender stereotypes, any stereotypes about the color of your hair are totally not that important anymore. And the feedback from my male partners, it's easier for them to deal with a woman where the leader, the founder, is the woman. I heard it from more than from one man. They trust us more. They feel us for more confidence and motivation and trust in us. All of that is from our customers. And I'd like to say that in any case about my team, the majority of my team are men. But we are a wonderful tandem. We complement to each other. If the men have the engineering technical experience and approach, I'm more creative. I'm more strategic, and thanks to this combination, we've got some success and we have our own niche at the market. They're so lucky with you. That's an interesting perspective, Valentina, Alina. I'd like to say that, you know, maybe it's easy for women to work with men as well as for men, but still the women have to prove all the time that they are professionals more than the men have to, that you deserve for the similar conditions of work, because it's not a secret. We conducted a research where we could simply see that the women with the same positions at the companies are getting 30% lower salaries than the men do. And the same happens with the top positions. If this is the foreign company and if they perceive it normally that the woman can take a top position in the company, unfortunately our Ukrainian companies, first of all public and state companies, it's a very complicated point to break this cliché. We're going on to work on that, to fight with that, but I'd like to say that beginning with the university years, it's also done by the teachers. They do not perceive women at the technical professions that they will go on and pursue their careers in these specialties. It begins with the university, it begins in our families. When we take that if you are the girl, you need to go to study to become an accountant or the economist, not the electrical technician. So the women deserve, they can do that, and they do it a lot. Sometimes they even do it better than men do. They achieve everything at their positions in the energy sphere. But we need to believe it. We need to work for us to be perceived similarly with men, not just because you're just the woman who is taking the top position, but she's young, she's blonde, and so on. We have all those prejudices and stereotypes, but we need to overcome them to be equal with the equal level to achieve in the company. Thank you. I have a small personal comment. Now I'm writing a book for children, and considering that rather often we've got this upbringing problem, still stereotypically girls will have the women's professions, I understood that since the early childhood we need to show different problems. For instance, we have at the illustrations that the mother can take the mayor or for the engineering position. We would like to help that. It's so important, and thank you that you raised this question. But I'm very amazed that when the dad is with the cart, that it's a novelty. Well, people need to get used to that. It's not a novelty. Okay, then. Well, we need to remind ourselves those roads with Alina, would you add anything to the stories of Tatiana and Valentina? Yes, sure. I was listening to about all of the processes and all of the teams, and it turns out that in our team there are lots of women, and during the last project which we are trying to push through, I can feel lots of women's leadership in it. We have the main engineer who is coming and making the proper mood, controlling the process 24/7, and everybody is listening to her. And in lots of processes and projects, I don't know, maybe because we have a Norwegian company and this is the value in Norway, women's leadership, and it's always supported there. But also, I have remembered one more aspect, because Irina asked about the regional cooperation and what's the attitude there. I do remember that in the beginning of my career in energy sector, when we communicated with the partners, male partners who are much older than I am, with energy sphere, with this, working with the hardware, they came to me like in a kind of a condescending manner. So first it was not pleasant to me, but then everything depends on us. What will be their attitude towards us? If you feel yourself confident, if you know the sphere where you're working at, if you are an expert, and if you create this conversation to become professional, it will be professional further on. So this is the message for everybody with whom I'm communicating and who can be afraid to work in so-called male spheres. Just don't be afraid of anything. Be professionals and experts, and everything will be okay. And of course, it really helps when the men with whom you are working are really supporting you, because I've got this support and it really helps. That is why, yes, we need to surround ourselves with men who will be nice partners of ours. Thank you, and together with Valentina, we recently spoke about the idea which Valentina launched some time ago, the Women's Energy Club. Do we really need such communities, such motivating circle, which could motivate the women to come to those sectors and realize breaking some of the stereotypes? So I can advertise it, yes? Yes, sure. I will advertise my club. Why we created this club? First of all, we made it as the ground and platform for the communication between those who are working in the energy sphere to push each other for the career growth, to share the news, and also to develop, to have more women in the energy sector. We've got lots of tasks and ideas. We'd like to create a certain database of women who can apply for different positions, like the members of the supervisory board, not to be afraid to go to the ministries. We could see the examples of the today's speaker, Irina, and more. So for that, we have conducted several trainings. We're planning to have more of them, because sometimes there is the lack of speakers' opportunities, sometimes there is the lack of presentational skills, and so on. We would really like to work more. We've got lots of ideas, so we'd like to involve youth. I used to have a speech at the conference of Stamper with the students, and I asked them, why don't you go to the energy sector? It's so cool. And they said, we don't know a single woman who is working in the energy sector. We don't know her. We see lots of men on the TV, in different TV shows, and the newspapers are writing about them, but who are women? We never heard about them. So I consider that this is more an issue of awareness, which is provided by the NGOs for this movement for gender stereotypes overcoming, and for women to be involved more, to provide more information that they exist. Thanks to such conferences as yours, Roman, today, which is just wonderful. We are providing such a conference for 2 years already about the women in the energy sector. It provides more knowledge for ladies and girls, and it would be nice to have such conferences more disseminated for the students, or maybe even for the school children of the final years when they make their choice where to go and study further. Why do we need to provide that in the universities? Because lots of the ladies having technical specialties, but they're not working in this sphere because they don't believe that they can flourish in this sector together at the same level with the men. Thank you. And then I have the question to Alina and Tatiana. What do we need to do, according to your opinion, for the sector to have more women? For them not to restrict themselves with the choice of the profession and the career. First of all, we need to develop the sector itself, for it to work more and for us to have more job places in it. And maybe the green energy is the sphere where we will have much more women coming. So this is the most important thing we need to do. And of course, we should show with our own example to push people and to support the women ourselves, to motivate them. Maybe to create some public events like this one today, to have some informal communication. I would like to add that this Women's Energy Club is really so useful, even about the informal communication, some pieces of advice, what we can do better, whom to communicate with. It's really very cool. The most important thing is just to go on working what we're doing and to do that publicly, and to communicate with each other more. Thank you. Tatiana, I would like to agree with Alina a couple of my personal topics and points, personal insights. First of all, for a woman, we need to have the wish to develop yourself in this sphere. You need to be sure, and your mission also has to coincide with that sooner or later the society will come to the conclusion, and our common aim is to move on to 100% renewables. If you share this mission, I don't see any obstacles on this pathway. Our branch in the energy sector is rich with the involvement of the people of different professions, and definitely every woman can find herself in our branch. That is why it's very simple. For all of the women, I'd like to wish confidence, without any fear. Move on and believe in your own strengths and efforts, because any obstacles and failures, any complications we are facing on our way is just our new challenge to move on to the aim which we're reporting for ourselves. Thank you for the motivating words. Well, I'm really thankful for that as well, but I'd like to add that still I really believe that we have the underestimated role of TV. Because if we had TV shows about such women, about the use and profits of such branches, maybe even some animation movies for the children, and for the parents of those children to have not that many stereotypes, but more motivation for them, and some educational programs which would support it. Thank you so much. Maybe someday we will invent something like that in spite of accept and instead of bachelor and the fight of the mediums. Thank you so much for your labor, for your years of experience in this sector. And we have some round of applause to us, but I do hope there will be some applause in the stream, some success for you, and we are moving on. Further on, we have one more important thematic block, because sustainability is the topic which is impossible without the technologies in the sector of food and nurturement. So our following two speakers are from this sector. They help to make food safe, and they help to make food sector more productive. So now it's pleasant for me to introduce two graduates of the programs which were funded by EBRD and the European Union. This is the team, the partner and the financial director of the team of BioSense, Julia Markuts. Julia, hello, we're happy to see you. And this is the co-founder and the manager on communications from the team of Carbon Miner, Victoria Oseiko. Carbon Miner is our champion of the year before the last at the competition of Climate Launchpad, one of the top 10 world green startups which achieved the global scene in Amsterdam, and BioSense is the graduate of the Climate Launchpad and the grantor of the company of Climate Innovative Vouchers. And both companies are working in the sector of the food industry in the high scale. But still, I'm speaking too long, right? So we'd like you to tell about your businesses, what you have achieved as for now. And after that, we will come to the topic of women's leadership. Who of you would begin? Who would be the first, Yulia or me? Please. Okay, hello Roman and Irina and Yulia. Hello, dear audience. I am the manager on communications in the company of Carbon Miner, and I'd like to introduce my company. Can I share my slides? Somehow it's not working. Seems we can see the last slide. Yes, I tried to click it to the beginning, but it is not working. Just a moment, I do apologize. One more attempt. If anything, I will speak without the slides. Okay, slide number 1. Can you see it? Yes, we do see the first slide. Super. So, our startup has the name of Carbon Miner. We are dealing with the CO2 technologies from the open air, and our main peculiarity is that we can do it cheap. Our main customers, our main market as of today are the big factories. Why them? Because they're already using CO2 to speed up the growth of their plants, that is their products, vegetables or flowers. But still CO2, which they're using as for now, is not that climate-friendly CO2, and it's not that cheap. So what do we suggest? The business model of Carbon Miner is the following. We are developing the special module to potentially use the CO2, and we will give the CO2 directly through the pipe to the plants. Why it's profitable and why it's not done by the others? Because this local CO2 transmission has never been invented. Our competitors are creating bigger factories as for the CO2 absorption, and this is our difference. We are now at the R&D stage. We are developing the technology and going on the work to make it even more efficient and cheaper. And also, we are actively communicating with the potential customers, our potential investors. We are actively searching for investors for the round which has to take place in May. So why now? It's so important to have climate innovations. This slide is important not only for our startup, but for any fintech startup. We've got two people shown here who are the biggest decision makers. That is Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, and the newly elected President of the US, Joe Biden, who during the short term of their governance of the state had enough time to come back to the Paris Agreement. And what they already have done, they already announced that they are planning to take their territories and enterprises on these territories back to the net zero. This is the climate neutrality, which means for us and for the whole clean tech sector that we'll have incredible intense investments in the green ideas, and it's really cool. Besides that, lots of corporations like Microsoft and Amazon are opening their separate clean tech funds which will invest in some green ideas. And it means for us that environment, ecology and climate issue for us, it's not just some of the idea of some company. This is the global trend where the corporations are competing who will be the first and who will be the first to allocate more money. It's incredibly cool. If we speak more about ourselves, then so far we are a small company, there are 10 of us, and even here we are not that numerous. So there are only 2 ladies in this startup, but we will not stop on that. And if we speak about my own experience, for me the work in the startup is an incredible combination, the balance of responsibility and freedom, and of course it's the overall development, because you can definitely deal with several spheres of work, and definitely this is when we leave this comfort zone. Yesterday I was sitting in the back office, but today I'm the speaker at such a cool climate conference. And what else I'd like to add about the clean tech startup? Personally, I would say that this is an incredible feeling that you are involved in the bigger course. You can see your own investment. There are not that many people in our startup. There are only 10 of us, and I understand that my investment is 1/10 of the success of the company to certain climate changes. So for me, it's incredibly inspiring factor, and I'm sincerely advising everybody to try such an experience because it's really cool. That's it from me. This is a short presentation of mine. If you've got any questions or suggestions of partnership, you can write an email or Facebook. I will be happy to answer everybody. If you've got any questions to me, Roman, Irina, I'm listening to you. Victoria, can I say something which you never mentioned before? Sure. In my presentations where I tell about the story of the Ukrainian champions of the Ukrainian clean tech, I've got the slide where it's written, I'm crazily proud. This is the slide where I have the screenshot from AIN from the news that carbon miner attracted investments from the fund of SMRK Alexander Kosovan. So I'm crazily proud and constantly publicly telling about that during our events. Thank you. Thank you so much. Irina, do you have any questions? So Victoria just had the speech, but we'd like to listen to Yulia about the achievements of the company and the women's leadership in particular. Yulia, the floor is yours then. Hello, do you hear me? Yes, we do. Perfectly. Thank you, Roman. Thank you, everybody, for the invitation and for the opportunity to take part in such a conference. Altogether, the conference about women and made by women lead to some really nice feelings. Girls lead the world. So in our startup of BioSense, I will tell about it a bit, we are dealing with the food, testing of the food products for toxins. And our mission altogether is to provide people with the assurance that they consume or produce secure food for themselves, for their children, and altogether for all the future generations. For that, we have developed the device which allows to test food products rather quickly without any professional knowledge or skills. We don't need to use any super equipment, and we need to do. Everybody can do that, in fact. This is now a huge step forward to not to use any complicated equipment, laboratories, and to allow the people Yulia, I do apologize. Unfortunately, we have some problem with the internet coverage of yours. Maybe you could turn off the camera. So it looks like, Yulia, for some time we don't have the signal from you. The internet coverage is too bad. Yulia, unfortunately we don't hear you. Could you turn off your camera? And then we will hear you. But we won't see. So now we will try to reboot the connection. Maybe the signal will come back, the coverage will come back. Dear audience, we do apologize for this delay. The internet waves sometimes betray us. Well, let me tell a funny story then. I had a working meeting in the cafe and I was told, do you want to have the usual eggs or the organic eggs in your scramble? So it's very important who can use the usual eggs if you can choose the organic eggs. That's an interesting case. Yulia, do you have a connection? Yes, I do hear you and I see you. I do apologize. Somehow my internet is not that nice today. Well, in fact, we heard some of the first 30 to 40 seconds of your speech. Oh, it's such a pity. Would you repeat, please, maybe in a nutshell? Okay, got it. So, if we're speaking about Biosense, Biosense is the company which deals with the diagnostics of the products of food, in particular the diagnostics of toxins, and now we are working at the level of at the market of microtoxins. For that, we've developed the device which allows to have without any professional experience, without any skills, special laboratory, complicated equipment to provide analysis for mycotoxins and to understand whether the food which we are consuming is useful enough, is clean, it's not contaminated, and it can be consumed both by adults and children and so on. As for now, we are working at the market of B2B. We are working with our customers and clients, and we are now at the fundraising. So if we are watched by the investors today, we will be happy to see you. We need money. By the way, my connection vanished when I said the word fundraiser. So this is the issue as for the money. I'm so happy to be with you together. I'm sorry for the connection, thank you, and I do hope that you heard me now. Do you have any questions, so maybe I could pose? You can. So before we ask our favorite question about the topic of women's leadership and how we can involve more women and girls in the sector, I've got the following question. You both represent the startups which export. You're working at the global market. So how does this being global, how does these global sales are complicated for your companies? Which opportunities and challenges you see in that? I could answer. As for now, we don't have sales, but yes, we are planning to get to the international market, first of all the European one. And as for now, maybe the biggest challenge for us is that because of Corona crisis, our analyst, the person who is conducting the research of our market in Spain, cannot get to the greenhouse. They are not ready to communicate. They are not ready to meet. Everything is so closed. They've got lockdown there, and it really interferes in the negotiations. It really doesn't let us to move on and to get some new insights. It really stops us, I would say. And as for if we could get away from this factor, I don't see any difference, in fact. The distance and that we need to fly to them is the only obstacle. And then we'll have an opportunity to communicate with them. So in fact, all the rest is like the same. Thank you. Yulia? Yulia, do you hear us? Yulia, seems the connection is back. The question was about the sales. Being a Ukrainian team, is it easier or is it complicated for you to be a global startup? Thank you, Roman. Well, as for the sales, so far we are not beginning, we haven't begun the sales, and it is connected with the developing of our latest prototype, and now we are getting ready to the pilot testing of this device, and so we are getting ready in 2021 to begin the full-scale sales. But I need to say that the last year was a complicated COVID one. This year gave us an opportunity to work calmly and quietly in the sphere of R&D, the development and the research of the technologies, because we didn't have that mess and which all the startups have because of the exhibitions and conferences which we always are striving to get to show ourselves. So this year gave us an opportunity to work calmly and quietly without stopping the production, and gave us an opportunity to mention about ourselves at the conferences and events conducted online. And it played its role, positive role, that you, without leaving your place, you can tell about yourselves and about your presentation. It's also the advantage of ours. That's interesting. It seems to me that on the one hand, the last year and the Corona crisis year was a challenge, but on the other hand, in the society where we still have the increased attention towards the food safety, both companies are really very valuable and important. And as in Ukraine in particular, the nutritionist profession is becoming more and more popular, it seems to be more and more relevant. Simultaneously, this is relevant for your clients, because the device to measure toxins, I'm already would be happy to buy it. Just tell me where, it's relevant for me. But as for your clients, big businesses, both the greenhouse businesses and other ones which are growing the products like grains or vegetables or fruits or meat, is it hard to work with them? Because rather often they are dictating certain rules of the market, whether they are the bigger players for the startups and clean tech startups. Are they complicated as partners? Or maybe for the younger and female startups it's complicated or not? I may say about ourselves that for the companies which deal with the grains, it is not that simple. The cooperation with them is stronger than in any other country. So yes, there are certain moments when of course you need to work with the decision maker, but when we speak about the small farmers, who are also our scope group, and they've got their own little productions, it's easy to cooperate with them, it's quicker. Yulia, losing you again. Do you hear us? I do. So in fact, we're coming to the final words of this session. We would ask you with one sentence to say what we need to do for the sector of green technologies and sustainable innovations to have more women and girls coming. I could answer. I personally don't consider that we need to separate men and women at all, but to involve more both men and women, youth, into this sector, it seems to me that we need to speak more about the inspiring examples, the people who have already done something small for the bigger changes. Like this forum, in fact, it seems to me it has to inspire people for the innovations and certain green ideas, because such far examples like Bill Gates or Ursula von der Leyen, they are for us maybe a bit of inaccessible and unachievable. But when we speak about the local innovators, it's really cool. I think this is the main thing. Thank you for such a praise. That's important. Yulia? Oh, am I again with you? I consider that everything needs to be done what you like. And if you do what you're really excited about, when you have the spark in the eye, it doesn't matter what you do. Because you may be a financier in the climate technologies as I am, and you can deal with radio physics, whatever. The main thing to have this feeling, this striving and the wish to do it. And when you see yourselves as one of our startups, when we have food safety as a topic, because what we eat, that's what we are. And if we need such a wonderful aim, it cannot help charging us, and for women it is even more inspiring. So the will to life and to your own course. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks that you shared your inspiration, so we give you a round of applause and we are moving on. Thank you, thank you. Goodbye, see you. And now we are moving to our next panel with a bit of a hooligan and provocative name, which has the name of Garbage as a Treasure. We're looking at the garbage as a smaller problem, but for us in the country, we've got lots of founders of the projects which consider that we're totally wrong. So now, we are happy to invite here to this conversation the founder of the legendary project Ukraine Without Garbage, Yevgenia Aratovska, the founder of the company Green Bird, Zelený Ptach, Victoria Norenko, and the head of the board of EcoSmart organization, Janina Basista. Janina, we can see you. Hello. We are waiting for Yevgenia and Victoria. Hello. Do we see Evgenia and Victoria? Are they connected? Victoria, hello to you. We're happy to see you. And I do hope that now we'll have Evgenia joining us. Okay, Victoria, we would ask you to unmute your microphone. Could you turn on your microphone now? Perfect. Dear colleagues, we don't have Evgenia so far, right? Hooray, hooray! We've got the full team of panelists here with us. So, for the people who are watching, the innovators, and following us around the resources, secondary resources, and the garbage, very often you are the people who are the lighthouses for the others. So, would you please tell what your teams, what your organizations have achieved, what you have constructed already? Just a couple of minutes, which stage you are now at. And then we will come to the topic of women's leadership in the sphere. Evgenia, could you begin? Hello, everyone. So maybe I will tell not for everybody, but for our project. During all of this time which Ukraine exists without garbage, and this is the 6th year, we are finally beginning to properly communicate with the people why we need to think about the waste as the resource, not like some totally remnants of what we should be ashamed of, because wastes have always been a kind of an issue of the people who need money, like people without homes or some informal sector. But today we have made the situation for people to take active part in the management of their wastes, to take care about their wastes. It's not a shameful thing anymore. I would say that this is more of the practice and of the normal, healthy, modern person. Evgenia, do you like the name of our panel discussion? Garbage as a treasure. Would you repeat? What's about the name of our panel discussion? Garbage as the treasure. I do apologize, the connection is not that nice. Maybe you need to speak slower. What about the name of our panel, Garbage as a Treasure? It was born spontaneously, but when we looked at the work in the sector, and we also decided to have this test name left, was it a mistake for us? I like the name, and I think that some time passes and really the waste will be transformed into a powerful resource, and today my presentation will be about it. I will tell how this resource is used now for the profits, how it is already used in Europe. So let's begin it then. Could I just have a short comment before that? And again about the cities. In Rotterdam, there was such an initiative and they won a certain award for that. They repainted the garbage trucks into the golden color. So they named this resource from trash to treasure. So it's very reasonable to have such a name of a panel discussion. Some cities are promoting it already. Evgenia, then let us begin your presentation then. Okay. Let me show my presentation on the screen. So the garbage, and where do we find money in this topic? But I won't begin with the money, but with what's the percentage of the women involved in this sector in comparison with the men? Because the topic today is a very peculiar one, women in this sphere. So if we look at the project Ukraine without trash, without garbage, for each 4 women, we have only 1 man. We can't say that we don't have them, they are there, and they are more and more numerous, but very often those are technical professions, and where we can't cope, it seems. So the topic of waste as the social project was taken by the women because we are not expecting for quick results. And financial opportunities which are measured in the number of collected trash or litter, or the number of people who began to sort their garbage. We are working for the long-term strategy. This is a short introduction. And then about the money. If we speak about the garbage in Ukraine, which brings some profits, this is only two groups. The first group is the opportunity to earn using garbage when the logistics services are given by the transporter, when the garbage is taken from the buildings and brought to some natural points. So it's paid through the tariffs, so the businesses are paying that through the tariffs, but really nothing happens with that trash in fact. It's only moved from the premises to the, unfortunately, the environment. So I don't think this is the sustainable business, which we need to stop now and to begin the more responsible models now, to work with them. If we speak about the next sphere, which is profitable now, but it is profitable only for several really popular positions of secondary raw material, this is the recycling. Recycling exists in Ukraine. Unfortunately, some of the experts mix the waste factories. We don't think that there are waste recycling factories, but we have at least 100 enterprises which are able to process secondary resources from plastic, paper and paper waste, metals, combined packagings. And the problem of this branch is that rather often they can't take the secondary resource and get it from the consumer. This connection from the consumption to the production, almost to the recycling, does not exist. The market of the secondary raw material is rather weak because we don't have the infrastructure of sorted collection. Now it is profitable to recycle just several positions. As for the plastics, there are several positions of plastics, paper waste, glass, metal, not all of the metals unfortunately, but today we have this recycling and you can earn money on that, but you can earn just on the creation of the value added out of the secondary raw materials which were already collected by someone. The recycler himself or herself does not prepare this waste. The problem of the branch is that not all of the waste can be recycled. The huge number of plastic is left in the environment and the technology of their recycling does not exist. Unfortunately, it concerns eco-design of the packaging. The producers are not limited by the type of the packaging which should be chosen. Very often those are cheap packages because the more expensive ones can impact the price of the goods. We have the huge number of plastics which will never be processed and recycled in the country. And now a bit about the optimistic events. In Europe this year we had the tax for the plastic working. This is an incredibly important event for the whole sector. We do hope that the Ukrainian economy will feel it as well. What is it about? It is about that since the 1st of January 2021, for each kilo of plastic which is not recycled, the producer of the good pays 0.8 euro or 800 euro for a ton. In this way, we begin to create the new market when the plastic waste, which were never been recycled, were extremely cheap. Now we will have either process them, recycle them, or it would be more profitable for the business to get rid of them and to choose the packaging which can be recycled. It's the very nice news. And if we speak about one more market which can really transform the waste into the resource, this is the market which was not that spoken about. Those are the cement factories of Ukraine. We have 5 of them, and each of them is ready to take an alternative type of fuel for the 30 tons a month. So if we look at 5 factories, this is the opportunity not to construct 5 incineration factories, but to give all those tons of plastics. They now today acquire coal and they produce clinker with the help of this fuel. The coal costs 70 to 80 euro, and we can see that this is a very nice field, a nice market for the alternative plastic, for the alternative fuel as the plastic which is not reprocessed to be replaced by the coal resources. Thank you so much. And using such an opportunity, I invite everybody to the sorting station No Waste Ukraine at Saperno-Slobodska Street in Kyiv. Thank you so much, Evgenia. So, that's an inspiring example. We are moving on. I'd like to share my December visit to Mariupol. Visiting one of the hubs in Mariupol, I've seen the collection point of paper glasses from Greenbird company. This is also one more team which provides interesting projects because your tubes for paper glasses can be seen in lots of offices. Victoria, could I ask you to tell which stage you are at, which new products you are getting now, and where you're moving for? Hello everybody, it's so pleasant for me to be in this company. As for the tubes, we've created the continuation of this story, and for about a year we are testing the new version, which can collect some other types of trash and litter. This is a bit of a long process because of the events with the pandemics and because some of the technical problems with the performance, but still we will work on this story. In some offices we are testing it already, so the story is almost working. The biggest achievement which we are having of the Green Bird, that we promoted the collection of one of the types of the most widely spread type of trash, which was never a point of interest for anybody, but it brought to lots of discussions about its reasonable character of all of this idea. I am even thinking to calculate CO2 emission because of this activity, for us still to move on or to come back to the multiple use points, or to find some alternative for the one-time use dishes which we're using every day. So, the second most important thing which we have for the last 6 years, we've proved that we need to work with our garbage ourselves to find the proper use for it, or to pay someone who will do that instead of you. I'd like to be an optimist here, but as a person who is working with all of that and is facing some small and bigger wins, on the other hand, I can see that the problems of the waste is becoming bigger and bigger for us every day. So the second and the third moment that we were showing that we can make an interesting design of the recycled paper, and it could be both beautiful, stylish, and we won't be ashamed to present it and to use ourselves. By the way, this element really brings to certain discussions which can emerge between our customers and clients. How can you create notebooks out of the recycled paper, because the notebooks for the children should be the best? And here we have certain arguments. Will you use those notebooks? Either you use those notebooks, or we use the notebooks from the fresh wood, and these recycling needs to be cleaned, so let us not use paper glasses as well. How can't we use if this is money? So here we have the conflict of the comfort of the adults in comparison with the future of their own children, of their own generation. So those are the achievements of this project of Greenbird. if we don't take into account the civil activity as for the medical drugs. Thank you, Victoria. And before coming to the questions, I'd like to give the floor to Janina. Janina, as far as I know, you combine civil activity and, I may say, policy activity, the work of the advisor of the MP. So I'd like to get to know more about your work to transform in the transforming of the trash as the problem into the resource. Yes, hello, thank you so much for the invitation to this conference, to this company group of people. In this sphere I've got since 2010. I began with the business and then I came to the civil sphere in 2016 when I understood that without precise rules of the game at the legislative level, we'll still have black or grey business prevailing in the sphere of the waste management. That is why since 2010 or 11, I could see precisely the attempts to provide the reform in this sphere, and since 2019 I have been directly taking active part in it. I'm working on the law drafts, which needs to launch the reform, not just to be the new project, new dad project, but to be really the balanced market for a competitive market with the precise conditions and rules of the game. That is why we are working more on the legislative legal sphere, but I really thank our colleagues Evgenia and Victoria, because really without the work on the practical level it would be impossible to attract attention of the society to this issue and to make this process of decision-making at the legislative level so transparent. This is a historical moment, I may say, in Ukraine. Thank you so much, dear MPs, and personally Alexander Norikovsky, that they decided to make it so transparent, the process of the discussion, first in Ukraine, as for the projects, and the discussion of the law drafts, which involved all of the stakeholders. That is why I hope that this year we will really see really cool law. So let's follow the news. Thank you. What can I say? Out of my acquaintances, those who deal with the policy component in the waste management, in Ukraine the leadership belongs to women. But this is the private subjective error maybe, but on the other hand, some things which were mentioned by Evgenia in the beginning, it also witnesses that maybe there is a certain trend in it. I'd like to ask the questions which the audience posed, but which questions will you have? First of all, thank you for what you're doing. The station No Waste Ukraine is so close to the place where I live. We tried to convert the neighbors in our idea, in our multi-apartment building. I've got the question about, when we speak about the women's leadership, if we speak about such a complicated topic, which features, which traits of the character we need? Because we spoke a lot that the women like more social issues, but maybe in such a complicated topic we need to be more harsh or to be more insisting. Maybe there are certain traits of the character which are inherent both to men and women, but we can help to promote this topic for it to be more efficient and to be long-term. Who will begin? Anybody. Whoever wishes. If you don't mind, I can just tell about myself. To comment about myself. First of all, this is a personal and I would say selfish wish to protect my children and the children of my children. So those are the thoughts about the future. The understanding that what is happening today, the values which are prevailing in the world, we really need to balance with them. Do you hear me, right? Yes, we do. I do apologize, somehow I hear myself. This is because of the headphones. Yes, we have the double sound now. So some personal traits, besides the proactive position altogether in the life, I don't think that there can be some wonderful traits of character, and of course we need support from the family, which can help to move on with such social processes. I can tell personally about myself, it would be impossible without the family, because I would need to think about the bread and butter, as they say. And because of this reason, as I am supported by my family, I can deal with the social points which are not always capitalized. So those are the two global things. The faith that you can change something and the understanding what will happen in the future if you don't do that. Your personal responsibility is the second important point, is the support of the people and your circular family. Thank you. Thank you. I may say about my own experience, this is the classical ad hoc leadership. When 6 years ago I tried myself to sort the waste and I didn't find the solution which would satisfy me in Ukraine, and when I began the research of this issue, I understood that those spaces, this which I'd like to get, for them to emerge in Ukraine, maybe they will never exist during my lifetime. So I wouldn't like it to happen really. I wanted to implement such opportunities of the infrastructure as quick as possible. And you know, when you really want it, the whole world is helping you. That is why today we have a certain result, but we're not stopping on the achieved, because we'd like to achieve the scaling up stage of our model. So, if we speak about the movement, the first of all is innovations which we had in the mind and which we wanted to implement. Ad hoc leadership is the second. And thirdly, I imagine myself as the surgeon in this system. So when your patient is dying, you just can't help, you just can't sit close to the dead patient. So these are my feelings. Thank you. By the way, yesterday I told about you to the mayor of Rivne. You're speaking about scaling up, upscaling, so you should move to the direction of Rivne. Victoria? The trait which moves both men and women is empathy towards the surrounding, towards yourselves. And the second point, the people who are thinking how they will be living in 10 years, in 20 years. It's a pity, but the majority is not thinking about that, and the active part which is thinking about it is moving along this way. But as for the participants of men, the businesses which are managed by men, they're not doing with this topic. Mostly the women are involved in this topic. They are involved in the environmental governmental meetings, auxiliary reflections of these topics. So whatever it takes, the classical role of a man is still there. And if the man is not the breadwinner, the woman can't do the social projects. So the social function is done by women mostly. The men can be found in the industry, so I think that the industry will develop when it has more and more men. though it doesn't, of course, interfere the participants of women, because now with the women's hand we are developing this story. That is why as for the usual leadership, the leadership emerges when we want to change something. It can be anything. It can be permanent, the people who are totally constantly changing, or the person that has to solve some issue because it hasn't been solved before. So without a wish of changes, the leadership cannot emerge. So it's inherent both for men and women. Thank you. I need to tell that this panel discussion of ours is the champion on the number of questions. I will try to mention the key ones, and I will be happy if you answer the questions which are correspondent to the profile. What's the practice of the circular economy at the enterprises? A cool question, I really like it. It's broader than our topic. Then another question, will you help in the use of the social entrepreneurship as for the organic waste? I may say that the experience of social business can be working. Let me read out loud all of the questions and you will just choose them. When shall we have the recycling of waste as is done in Sweden? Which opportunities do we have for the secondary processing of the paper, glass, and how can we organize and begin this process? How can we implement this process to have the outputs of the plastic bottles? Which organizations deal with similar projects? And what's your attitude towards the technology of the utilization of the hard waste at the secondary raw material market, like thermotechnical pyrolysis? Those are the key questions which we can mention now. They're much more numerous. So who could take it? Almost all of the questions which were mentioned here were really precisely described at the webpage No Waste Ukraine. We can speak about that for a long time, but if we speak about the social entrepreneurship connected with the compost of the waste, if I understood you properly, because unfortunately the connection is not that nice, then we have such projects. We take the compost and we give the cleaner ones back. This is the paid service. We've got the team which works in Kiev region and takes the organic waste. Recently, I connected them with a catering organization which can create 1/2 ton of organic waste a month, and maybe they will have some cooperation. The precedence exists, but if we speak about the secondary raw material, the market has this interference, the lack of the law which would foresee the expanded responsibility of the producer. And if we take the valuable secondary raw material from Europe and recyclables from Europe, and as it's working in Europe, this law financially protects the producers of recyclables. So far, we don't have those conditions in Ukraine, and it really destabilizes the market, which can deviate in the prices during the 3 months from 10 kopecks to 1.5 hryvnia. This is the huge deviation of the price. Thank you, Evgenia. Victoria? There was the question about the circular economy at the enterprise. Out of what we faced, what we were working with, mostly this is the additional burden and load for the Ukrainian enterprises. They can be both with their foreign investments as the Ukrainian capital, and the enterprises which create additional expenses for the proper waste management. Because very often we can hear the stories that we get a call that there is approximately 1.5 ton of Tetra Pak a month. We tell about our conditions, but it would be easier for them to bring it to the local graveyard. So when we have this conflict of interests, as the private enterprise, they know where to get rid of it to, how much it will cost, but they don't want to add additional expenses for it not to come to the local graveyard but to come to the recycling. The enterprises still don't have additional incentives besides some of their internal ethical motivation, nothing more. And rather often, all of that, well, not that many people are sending half a tons from the regions, mostly they're coming to the local graveyards. And this moment of circular economy is facing such obstacles and the changes of the packagings and business processes. Taking into account that the business processes are working and bringing some additional value added, it is objective that they're not working. As for the additional expenses to have zero in the end, we need investments, and for that we need the paying capacity and capability of the population. Whether we want it or not, our society doesn't have a high opportunity to pay. So they can just, unfortunately, lose this competitive battle. Because as for the number of the people who are ready to buy this product, it's not enough to make it competitive. So, of course, here the process is very slow, or maybe even our public activity and the promotion of this idea is too slow. That is why my answer to this question is like this. Thank you, Victoria. We're a bit short of time. Yanina, would you like to add anything to these questions? I would like to add only as for the circular economy that really now, for a long time, we are implementing some of the concepts connected with the circular economy at the enterprises. For instance, the concept of the side products. What do I mean? That during the production, we could have certain wastes, like side products, we name them, which are not the direct product of manufacturing, but still they come back as the raw material in the production of the products. And it used to exist since the Soviet times. So the use of them is the value itself. But the reform foresees such bigger, important concepts. This is the expanded responsibility of the producer, which was mentioned by Victoria above. When you take account the time of the purchase of the product, the future processing of them when they are becoming the waste, and all of that is relied upon the producers or the importers of these products. So the third important concept of theirs is the waste which had any recycling process, and when they can be used as the secondary raw material in the production. Those two additional concepts need to be implemented during the reform. And I'd like to comment upon the moment of the waste as a treasure. It really will be like that when the primary resources, if we speak directly about Ukraine, will be so costly for it to be more profitable to recycle the waste than to extract primary raw materials. Only then we will have the whole system working. Thank you. Thank you. And we thank you for your work. We give you a round of applause for your work because you invest huge efforts not only into the organization but also in the creation of the communities which are moving on with the topic of waste from the idea of trash to the idea of treasure. Thank you so much. A round of applause from us, and I do hope that our viewers are applauding you as well. So now we are moving on with our topic, because now we'll have the MP of the Parliament of Ukraine, the head of the subcommittee on the climate change and the protection of atmospheric air, Lesia Vasilenko. I have the sign that Lesia is in touch with us. She's connected with us. We are waiting for you. Okay, so until so far Lesia is connecting with us, from my behalf, I will ask a question to you, Irina. Such a hard, intense and relevant topic as the topic of waste management. What's your impression? We've asked this question among the panelists. What's your impression? Why, in this sector, the role of women's leadership is so significant? Well, it seems to me what we saw today and what we heard, some of the changes are happening when the women get the children, give the birth to the children. When you're afraid not for yourselves, but for the children, you want the better future for them. And when then we monitor the air quality, what we will be speaking now about, I began to sort the garbage just recently to show to the child how it should be done. So I think this is the incentive for the children. We can conduct the whole block about that, but Lesia is with us. Lesia, we are happy to welcome you. Thank you that you joined us. We do apologize for the delay. So today we have a day of the inspiring stories. And if we speak about the Ukrainian parliament, we've met Alexander Marikovsky, a colleague, and I may say that in the Ukrainian parliament, in the environmental lobbyist situation, there are not that many people who move on with this topic and who make it lit as intense as you do. We welcome you here. It's a pity that it's done online, but I'm sure that you've got lots of inspiring thoughts and stories you'd like to share with our audience, how together we can transform Ukraine to make it more friendly for the environment and the people who live in it. Roman, thank you so much. You've said a lot, and I'd like to bring back this conversation to the women who are creating Ukrainian cleantech. This event is really inspiring, it's really needed. I'm really thankful that you organized it. I was listening in spite of the parliamentary day for about half of the discussions which happened here, and honestly speaking it made my day. And not only the day, but the last several weeks in the parliament which needed to be environmental. What does that mean? It means that there should have been law drafts brought for consideration which would concern our environment, ecologization of the economic processes and so on. But it never happened. It did not happen because of some of the reasons. I will tell about them a bit later. But in all of that chaos and non-ecological way of work, I was inspired by the stories which I heard today. And in fact, all those who had speeches today are the live examples of success. Success stories not only of the women, but of the entrepreneurs, the Ukrainian entrepreneurs, which create cool products, which are needed not only at the local markets, but abroad as well, who are the example of the women who are staying feminine, beautiful. The leaders in their families, they're still leaders of the teams who are changing the world, who are not afraid to take responsibility, as leadership is about responsibility, who are moving all in, they're creating the teams, creating the products, and who, with all of that, are still earning money and they are financially independent. It's really cool. In fact, I could even list more and more some of the points which I am personally inspired by the speakers I heard. Their biographies of the speakers I heard before, which I couldn't join, so I could list them endlessly, and I should list them, in fact. I think that such events are needed in Ukraine more and more. And this is the hint for you, Roman, that it shouldn't be the last one. We should create more and more similar events. But I don't want only to thank you. I would like this gratitude to be expanded on the course. In fact, I would suggest cooperation, interaction with those wonderful projects which we've got for today. This is the direct appeal, the calling, for us to move on together with those changes, to create the rules of the game in the country, which would allow to achieve new markets easier and to make the existing markets greener. It was really cool when it was mentioned by Daria from EFTA, the company which creates toothbrushes for the sector of travel. She said about the role of the state. And Sophia spoke about the cultural code we need to change. And I really believe in that. I'm sure that it needs to be changed, because the substantial part of my work is in the ecological education, not only in the legislative work, which is the classical work of the parliamentary MP. I defined for myself recently my own task to make the agenda of the parliament greener. And it concerns the laws which are considered, which don't have anything in common with the ecology, but which have lots in common with the societal processes, economic processes. So in fact, the complication is that traditionally, in our country, as in the rest of the countries, the big influential sectors is the industry, the energy sector, and agrarian sectors. In all of those sectors, according to the statistics, we have the domination of men. Those sectors are not flexible at all. They are not environmental friendly. And what we are facing rather often in our small Green parliamentary group is that the dialogue is not that easy to be conducted, because we've got huge efforts and huge sums of money which are directed to keep the status quo as it is, to keep the traditional, that is, usual conditions which allow to earn money in the usual way. Unfortunately, it foresees the pollution of our home, our environment. So I'm trying to bring this idea within the parliament and beyond it, that the environmental protection is not only about saving the rivers, the trees, the animals, and other elements of nature. The environmental protection is first of all about the protection of the welfare and quality of life of us as people. In spite of us being men or women, whether we live in the cities or rural areas, it's about the elementary survival. Well, no, it's not only about the survival, it's also about the quality of life. This is what we have today and what we'll have as a legacy for our children. I am the mother as well. So far I've got 2 children, but soon I'll have 3. And for me it's the priority number 1. I get to know lots of new things from my children. Sometimes they're coming from school and they tell me, "Mom, do you know this is plastic? We need to throw it away in the separate garbage bin." they really push me for the environmental steps. They remind me about that constantly. And they just follow our family to make us greener as well. It's really cool. We need to speak about that as well. What can be done by the parliament as of today? Besides the changes in the rules of the game, as the changes in the legislation, or driving attention to different issues. Also, we can, together with such wonderful projects which are already being implemented with civil activists, we can drive attention of the society to think and to work in the environmental way. Why it does not cost that much as they try to convince us, as the biggest sectors of economy try to convince us? Why is it profitable? Why it's convenient? And why we should do that? To do that, we need several points. Those are my wishes as the conclusions. We need to unite our efforts. We need to support each other. We need to speak about the problematics and the solutions, most of all about the solutions, with a unified voice. And in this aspect, I would like to see the involvement of media, because this is the channel of communications which disseminates information. It would be nice to cooperate together for the media to have some part of airs which will be 100% given for the highlighting of the green technologies, innovations, green approach, and the role of women, which is colossal in this aspect. Just before this, at a different Zoom meeting, I had the book of Invisible Women. It was written by the author to show how the women are starting now to live and to adapt themselves to the world which is living according to the rules of men, and how they make the lives of everybody at the planet much better, much convenient and high-quality ones. And the women which are moving on with clean technologies in Ukraine, who presented their ideas, they are dealing with that. They're making the life much safer, high quality, and profitable for everybody. And those inspiring examples, we need to speak about them, and we need to speak about them at all of the platforms. One more idea which emerged while I was listening to the speeches is to involve not only media traditional platforms, but also the parliamentary platform. Maybe it's not the typical for the business, but still, we've got such forms as round tables, parliamentary hearings. I would really like those women to have an opportunity to come with their projects and to present them from the parliamentary plant for the whole country to hear about them, and for my colleagues, male colleagues, to hear about them who take the leading roles in the economic committees, the committees on energy, the committee on agrarian policy. For them to be inspired and to understand that they shouldn't disseminate the myths that there are lots of expenses in the innovations, that they are not profitable and that not everybody can afford innovations. And besides that, I'd like to promote the idea, and I'd like it to be heard, maybe it will resonate. I am the participant of the delegation of Ukraine in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and their environmental agenda is in the top priority there. The environmental human rights are now more and more significant, and this is the idea. The informal group of Baltic Plus, the countries which belong to the Eastern European region, Baltic countries, of course, Georgia, Poland. We are involving in some of the events Moldova, and we will involve Scandinavian countries in some of our events, and the United Kingdom. So the idea is to create such a regional event on the greening of the economics and the society, where we could speak about the new technologies, innovations, about the common projects which would cleanse from the polluting older technologies which are dying out, which could replace, and the cooperation at the regional level. This is the idea I'm promoting, and I do hope that in the end of the year we will see some result. And again, to express the gratitude and the invitation for the further cooperation and promotion of this topic, I encourage all of the participants of this event, please join with your ideas, join with the planning. I'm sure that we'll achieve lots of useful things not only for Ukraine, but together we will rise the environmental agenda at the whole European region. Lisa, thank you so much. Thank you for such high-scale ideas. I think that in those almost 400 people who have been registered at our today's meeting and hundreds of people who are watching us, those are the drivers, the engines, the partners who, together with the wonderful speakers today, will be able to show this not only local but also European and global potential of green innovations. From our behalf, we are open, definitely open to scale up and to have those ideas and to give you the opportunity to grow into bigger trees of sustainable business and innovations. Super, then I am expecting for the suggestions and offers. Let's keep in touch. It seems to me it's so important for each conference not to be just the measure to discuss some ideas, to inspire, but where we have the practical dimension, and you taking this practical dimension, you offered it. So this is very valuable if it really becomes reality, and they will have this necessary openness and involvement of all of the stakeholders, both at the state level and the regional level and the business and innovators, and then it seems to me there will be some results which will be useful for all of us. Irina, thank you so much. I do hope that we will work together and communicate at least first. Communication is the first step, and then we will communicate and cooperate for the newly born ideas from those speeches and discussions to be implemented in practice. That's what we need and what the whole world needs as of today. So, Lesser, I'd like to thank you for such a parliamentary lighthouse in the sea of innovations as you, because those initiatives which you are launching in the media format and legislative format, from our point of view, they seem to be really substantial and weightful. Thank you so much, and thank you for you connecting with us, and you're with us for the whole day. Thank you. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lesa. We are also giving you the round of applause. The round of applause of all of our listeners. And now we are moving to our last panel. We'll be now speaking about the monitoring of why it's needed, what that monitoring is, the monitoring of environment, how it's working. And today we have the representatives of two more teams, which we have the pleasure to be acquainted with. We are the partners of them. In some cases, we are cooperating with them. I do hope that we will be joined now by Marketing Director of the company of Atmosphere, Alexandra Bulanok, and the founder of Save Dnipro, Irina Chernish. Irina, we are happy to see you. Hello. I hope that Alexandra will join us as well. Hello. Who of our participants doesn't know the work of Save Dnipro? And I think that to this or that extent, you heard some rumors about Save EcoBot, about the network of stations of monitoring and the active efforts of monitoring of industrial enterprises. This is the small part of those huge tasks which are developed by the team of Save Dnipro, and in particular Irina is one of the leaders of this team, and Alexandra Bulanok is the graduate of the program and the representative of the company who took part in our program the year before the last Climate Launchpad. And if Save Dnipro deals with eco monitoring from the perspective of the public interest, then Alexandra and the team of Atmosphere helps business to use eco monitoring to be more efficient. So we would ask you to tell which stage you are now at with your projects, and then we'll come to the topic of women's leadership in green business. Alexander, could you begin? Yes, sure. Hello, everyone. I'm really thankful that you invited me to take part in this event, and I'm happy to finalize this discussion in such a wonderful company. If I may, I'll try to show my presentation now and to show it as quick as possible for you to understand what Atmosphere is about. I will launch it now. So yes, we can see your slides. Okay, super. So, my name is Alexandra. Hello everyone again. I'm the representative of the startup Atmosphere, and I'm dealing with marketing at this startup. And for the next several minutes, I would say that we should focus on the topic of weather, because we have a very standard representation of weather and its impact. We are really got used to understand weather, to understand what we need to put on, the feeling of the which is much broader, in fact. Weather impacts lots of spheres and it's present in lots of other spheres. So I think that you understand that atmosphere is about the weather. So I'd like to deal more about the spheres, which I mentioned as one of the main ones, where we focus our activity, what the weather changes impact onto, besides our comfort. They also impact the sun and wind electrical stations. What's the essence? That solar and wind electrical stations are too dependent on the internal factors, including the weather, and it makes them non-predictable. The non-predictable of the energy generation and production, how much energy is done by this or that station. If we compare to the traditional energy sources, in simple words, when you planned it, you got it. The same happens with the heating by the boilers at the premises. In the standard mode, they are working without the use of the local forecasting. But if we add the local forecasting, we will be able to decrease the expenses for the heating. Now we are all in the warmth, but we can decrease the emissions which are taking place in the heating systems, and we also can decrease the financial expenses for the launch of the heating systems when we have severe changes in the weather, and also the risks for the health of the inhabitants, meteor dependency and radioactive elements in the air, which we can see and document. We plan to document them, and also our feeling, how we feel ourselves, which more concerns the cities, the danger at the traffic. Well, it's obvious how the serious changes of the weather can impact the state of the roads and safety on the roads. So, in fact, what's done by Atmosphere? Atmosphere gives you the time of local forecasting and different options of its use. So on the example of the solar stations, we are focusing on the foreseeable stations. We'd like to help them to be competitive with the help of the local weather forecast and the energy generation and production. As for the boilers, to help them to be energy efficient more according to the local forecasts, which would allow to take into account the future deviations of the temperatures closer to this or that premises. And as for the cities, this is the atmospheric indicators and the health state of the people, which will allow us to find certain response. And then developing the weather system in the cities, we will, for instance, document the rains. And when we speak about the roads, it's also about the response and the prevention for the drivers, the warning for the drivers. How is it working? The scheme is looking very complicated, but it's not that awful. It's not that hard to understand it. In fact, we collect the data internally, our own data, from the meteorological stations which we install, and the data from the external resources, for instance, meteorological services, satellite data, and we take into account the historical data at a certain area which help us to understand the patterns of the changes in the weather. All of that is getting to the database where it's analyzed, and then we get the same forecasting and its variations for this or that sphere. And the last thing I'd like to drive your attention to in the piloting, we're actively working on the development to launch the pilots for these solar stations. As I already mentioned, and that's why they were the first in the previous slide, that there is an issue of unforeseeable character. We like them to become more competitive thanks to the local forecasts. Moreover, since this year they are paying reimbursement. If there is the excess of production or generation, it means that they either produce more energy or less energy than what they foresaw or forecast. And also it can lead to the risks of disastrous situations if there is an excess or the lack. So in a short way, we try to become more foreseeable thanks to the forecast for a day for 24 hours with an hourly adjustment. So I think, not to take your time, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you, Alexandra. So, business monitoring of different indicators is an important task. So now I'm awaiting for you, Irina, to tell. But in the context of the cities, or did I not guess? Well, the context of the cities is permanently there, and it seems to me that the cities are really working on the issues of smart cities. But I would also speak about the safe city, because very often the safety of the city is associated with the cameras, the traffic rules, but those elements also need to be taken into consideration. And those risks of weather, we are always not ready for the winters, for the rains, and that's why we have lots of traffic accidents. These technologies are so valuable for the cities. The same happens with Save EcoBot. I will be honest with you. I'm living with this app after I gave the birth to my child, and yesterday my husband told me, what can we do? Maybe we should move somewhere, because recently this indicator is not that nice, and for us it's an issue whether we have the walk with the child or not, what risks we bear. And really this is the huge gratitude to the ladies, because they're speaking about that, and the authority, the media, do not reflect those issues. It seems to me that we need to give the people guidelines how to behave, how to understand these data, and to know how to protect yourselves. So this is the logical transition to Irina to tell more what we can do in Dnipro and beyond it. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Roman, for the invitation. Irina, I'm so happy that you're using our service. In fact, lots of things should be told, but still everybody is exhausted. And I'm watching you since the very beginning. It's really inspiring. It gives me wings. And of course, the ladies and all together, clean technology in Ukraine are rapidly developing and raising such questions which used to be not that relevant before. So, as well as the issues of the monitoring of air, I will be quickly showing a short presentation about this issue. Just a moment, and I will tell why we dealt with it. And do you see my presentation? Yes, we do. Perfect. So, this picture tells about our motivation. Why am I dealing with environmental protection? I'm not an exclusion. When I became the mother, I decided to take care about the problem of the health of my child. I'm living closer to the biggest polluter, industrial polluter of our city. This is the Dnipro station, which you can see on the slide. This is one of the disasters which happened there. And the question of the activity and was very important for me as the team with which we began the work approximately 3 years ago with our activity, that's when the Save EcoBot idea emerged. First, it was just an expert tool, because we understood that the issue of digitalization in the sphere of environmental protection is really lagging behind from the overall tempos in Ukraine, the speed of Ukraine, and in the world it's obvious that unfortunately we are lagging behind and underdeveloped in the sphere of environment protection. And then we created the data aggregator, which collects all the environmental and auxiliary information about the polluters of our environment in Ukraine and gives the opportunity to the society to implement and to realize their rights, environmental rights, to stimulate business and to keep to cleaner technologies, and in this way to make our environment cleaner. But the biggest issue which we were asked by the first users: what's happening with our air? Do you have information about its state and how we can get to know about that in fact? So that worried us, of course, and we looked at how Ukraine is represented at the international services. Those are the screen maps of one of the biggest international services about the quality of the air, which gives the data about the quality of the state 24/7. So as you can see, Ukraine is the white spot about it, as well as the rest of our countries from the eastern part. Because the issues of monitoring of the environment and the air components is still done according to the Soviet technology, at the same type of equipment. We as the state collect the data manually, we process it manually, we aggregate it. Only in some time we give it online. So for the period of 2018 it was like that, and then we began the project implemented by the civil monitoring, like our European colleagues did. Active civil organizations. So I'd like to show a very short video why the organization information about the air quality should be as important as the monitoring of temperature outside. When we go outside, we're looking at the weather to understand how we can make our health safe from any other negative impact. The same should be done with the air quality, because this factor impacts us very much, and even maybe more than temporary impact of the temperatures. So this is the video about our Save EcoBot. So this was the idea emerging, which we began to implement, and as of today, those are several bots, different messengers. This is Viber, Telegram Messenger, Facebook Messenger, where you can 24/7 quickly get the data about the air quality in your part of the city or region. So why it's so useful besides the information? Because the data which are coming to our system are differentiated. This data does not belong to one owner. We aggregate the data and collect the data from many sources, like the civil projects which are developed in Ukraine about the monitoring of the air quality, the businesses which began the social campaigns and are developing this direction as well, and some of the local self-governance which understood that the issues of the air quality are the issues of the city comfort. So they also began 24/7 collecting the data and to make them accessible. And we are also adding them to our system. In this way, besides reflecting that in our bots and in our maps, we are also giving them to other systems which exist in the world, not to have this picture which I began with, where Ukraine was the white spot. And it's not true even now. Ukraine now is the participant of the monitoring of air, as it's done in the whole world. As I mentioned, we've got the map where we can comfortably look through this information. With a comprehensive lexicon, we can see the information about air quality in the colors, and you can see it in more details. In particular, we are reflecting the data about the smallest dust, which is the biggest polluter of our cities, and according to the indicators of which the World Health Organization is creating the calculations about the quality of life and the diseases. This is the fine dust. We understand that this is the index of air quality is done by the scientific community. It is done according to the formula, and it shows how the impact is really reflecting on the health of the people. We are not stopping ourselves, we are developing the service, and at the map you can see not only the air quality but also the fires. The data which we can take from the NASA satellites, where we can see some issues emerging in spring, and Kiev knows when there are fires in Zhytomyr region, and Kiev is suffocating and the neighboring towns as well. So today we have the radiation layer at the map as well, and the people can look at the level of the radiation to make themselves safe. And we are also expanding our partnership. We've got a very active relationship and cooperation with other countries. Greencubator is working not only in Ukraine, but in 40 more countries of the world. It's used and introduced by almost 1,400,000 users all over the countries. We are constantly adding and developing the number of sources of the information, and this is how we create the market in the good sense of the word for the development of the monitoring of the air at the state level. We had really substantial shifts for the people to get the opportunity to see the data, and that they need more and more high-quality information about such issues. That's what I wanted to tell you about. Again, thank you so much, and I think that such events are incredibly important and necessary, because the women in the environmental protection sector are traditionally there because we feel empathy to the biggest problems and issues of the environment. They are represented, and when we speak about them, it really inspires and motivates, as it did me when I heard to the previous speakers. Thank you. Thank you, Irina. I'm really impressed. I didn't know about the scale of your international activities. It's such a cool news for me. I heard that you had some additional countries, but 14 countries. Well, huge respect to you. Thank you. And thank you for this work. You can see how social innovations are really scaling up. Well, for me, it's always the question. Somehow we supported the Technovation competition, and the girls were from Zaporizhia. They created the mobile app to monitoring the air quality, but the main question was what then? What's further? So that's why it's so important to have the MPs as the participants to understand what the further steps are, as it was done in this video. In fact, one solution is to get away. Someone is fleeing home, someone is closing the windows, so it's important for all of us to think what we can do, not to have any fires, to have some shifts and changes at the state level, for the enterprises to be responsible and not to have those emissions. So we do understand that this work unleashes and opens the efforts and the cooperation of lots of other players and stakeholders to have such a useful effect of all of those initiatives. So thank you so much that you are becoming such an ambassador of quality of air and our life. I also hope so much that this culture of the use of data about the environment, the culture of use of climate data, the air quality, the meteorological data will be increasing the quality of our life and the quality of business solutions. In particular about the cities, and I think that we need to add the state policy there. So in fact, we need to make it relevant what should be done using our taxes. But very often we can see it as a very obsolete meteorological stations. That is why we don't have the adequate coverage of the climate and environmental and meteorological data all over the country. What questions would we have now for Irina and Sasha? Well, you know what we begin now. You said that you have two motivations of the today's event. One is professional, the second one is personal. So I'm sure after each discussion that the personal motivation has a very huge significance, because all of the changes are happening when we want to change something for ourselves or the people we love. So that's why the same happened with the ladies. They are the examples of that. So I already answered this question for myself about the motivation. Still, I will ask my favorite question. What lack do you feel and what needs to be done for you to have more ladies in the sector? Well, it's an assumption just. Maybe vice versa. But still, all the previous panelists said, yes, we want to have it. So in your opinion, what you need to have the technological and environmental sectors to become opener? Let me begin. In my opinion, I will say about my own experience. If you hear someone barking, it's my dog. So if you take my own experience, since the moment when I came to Atmosphere, I never felt any prejudices in my team. We have a small team, but still, it's almost totally male, and it doesn't bother us to become a wholesome team, to be an ideological one. And the most important thing, when you are moving along the green technologies pathway, to have the people of the same opinion with you, who don't consider about your gender or who will see the teamwork as a wholesome one. And I was really lucky about that, because I feel myself as the part of the common idea. But I do understand that besides my startup, there is the whole world where we can see totally different people, and in offline, when we visited different meetings and exhibitions, I understood that there is this certain lack of seriousness to the attitude, maybe to my age, that I'm a young expert, or maybe to my gender. But still, to this or that extent, this attitude is not that serious. So I really would like any player of this industry to have the proper attitude to each other and with interest. But as for how we can involve more women in this industry, it seems to me that the modern Out of my experience, the modern young generation is super active. It wants to implement everything and they want to realize themselves and to be the parts of the changes. So it's not that hard to involve them. We just need to make clean tech beyond the space of clean tech. We should disseminate the information about the complex, that this is not just the dotty technologies, that this is the complex, the huge group or the movement. And we should go beyond our communications channels to become more recognizable for the people, as any trend for eco-consumption or for garbage sorting, which are also the part of green technologies. Thank you, Sasha. Irina? Well, yes, in fact, I'd like to have the speech as the criticizer. I would like to say that involvement of women in the main sphere we were mentioning today, and the sphere of environmental protection, is the example. And it seems to me that we need to look at our authorities, at our government, and to understand that the gender balance issue is really problematic for us. It shows the example of the attitude of our whole society so far to the participants of women in the promotion of such complicated topics. In my practice, I'm really communicating a lot with the representatives of business and with the powers of authorities of different levels. And first, as those are topics which concern the pollution, industrial pollution, sometimes I feel certain prejudices. But in fact, it can be fought, it can be overcome when you understand your sphere, when you are an expert in this or that issue. And of course, we need to create the institutions which will be free from the gender prejudices. Of course, we need to highlight these problematics and to create such opportunities for the women in the sphere of the development. As it was properly mentioned by Alexandra, the youth wants to be involved in this topic. And we need to provide the opportunities for the development of such initiatives, for such beginners' wishes. So yes, I consider that we need to begin as the country with the quotas, which we are gradually implementing in the politics. And I think that in some time, gradually, we will fight this problem and there will be lots of women in this sector as well. Thank you, Irina. Thank you. So, we are finalizing, or do we have any other questions to Alexandra and Irina? Because I've got the question for you. But before I come to those questions, I'd like to thank you and to give a round of applause to you as well. I do hope that our listeners and viewers will also pose the sign of applause in the chat, and thank you for your work and your investment. Our dear online audience, that was the final session of the conference Women Who Move the Clean Tech in Ukraine. We thank you that you're with us, but before that we've got several more important points to mention and questions. Irina, I will begin with the question to you. While I conduct my trainings, very often the participants get the question from me: what was bad? I will not ask you that, but I thank you that you have become the partner, together with the whole team of Greencubator, in this travel. And on the other hand, maybe you're not that deeper in this sector, and you can be a bit more objective, being above it. What lack did you feel? I lacked food. Okay. Maybe we'll need to compensate that now. Well, first of all, Roman, thank you so much for the invitation and thank for such an inspiration from each of the participants and the understanding how much important things we are doing. The whole event, I'm thinking that if all of those innovations were used a bit more scaled up in the Ukrainian cities and communities, our lives would be of higher quality and we would get to know how to value what we have. I had the lack of offline. That's true because it seems to me that each topic needs to be opened in more details. We need to speak about some of the figures, about some of the interesting facts, because I'm sure that lots of the participants will then Google all of the startups for all of the companies, and maybe it will incentivize and stimulate the searching activities. But I would like to get more information, and I'm happy that I had this practical issue. When the MPs are suggesting cooperation, it seems to me we should provide a certain follow-up for us to think how to make it in practice, how to organize communication. And let us be sincere, it seems to me there is a request for the women who are providing clean tech in Ukraine 2.0, 3.0, because we can see nice examples and maybe it's nice to be inspired by them. And again, the cooperation partners are Tech Ukraine and Lviv Business School. I think that those stories can also be the cases for the business communication and education, because those topics are competitive. They are not the easiest ones at the different stages of the development, and it seems to me that we need to be proud of that. Thank you for this conclusion. I may say that we have some positive news about the support of climate innovations and the sector of clean technologies. So thank you, our dear friends and partners from the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development and European Union for the approval of the new stage of the program of climate innovative vouchers. It means that it is already developing, it is scaling up, and that is why the smaller and medium businesses and the companies of the medium format can apply for this program, and today we have seen several bright examples of how the climate innovations have sped up thanks to the grants of this program. Just 3 days ago we got the letter that we're going on with the Climate Launchpad program, by the national representative of which is the Greencubator, and it means that we will be able to help the bigger number of the teams which are thinking about the idea of this business, and for us it's a big breakthrough. It has the huge significance, but traditionally I'm asking myself what I'm dissatisfied with. I may say what I lacked. I lacked a huge number of topics, because we are short of the format, we are short of the longitude, and finally we have some restrictions in how much the person can watch the online broadcast. I had this lack. Sustainable architecture, green finance, hydro energy, bioenergy, green logistics, energy efficiency, behavioral changes, psychology of the behavioral changes, sustainable education, and at least 5 to 6 topics more. Unfortunately, it was not that easy to suit them to 4 hours. This is one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is that we understand that whatever is the circle of our professional communication, we don't know everybody. We were not able to invite everybody, we were not able to communicate with everybody, and I was really grieving when I had to cut out the blocks which we planned in the agenda. But what we're doing about that? You're saying that the program of celebrating women in Ukrainian clean tech is somewhere on the horizon. Well, it looks that it really will be relevant soon. So for us to expand the circle of innovators whom we know or who we have to get acquainted with, we'll have a short news for you. So, on Monday, in the social networks and the website of the Greencubator, you will have a very simple button which will have the phrase nominate. There will be the form of 4 questions, and we will be really grateful to the viewers today of this meeting, to those who are subscribed our social networks and our resources. When you get us acquainted with those who are moving on with the green transformations and innovations in the sector of clean technologies, and who's never been the participants of this event, we cannot say when we'll have the next meeting like this, but altogether we need to say that the tendency is, it seems it's needed. We really do. So we'll move on in this direction, and as for now, I'd like sincerely to thank those who are creating such meetings and making them possible. First of all, the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, because within the project of FinTech, this is our meeting, and the European Union, the delegation of the European Union in Ukraine, who's an incredible partner of ours in this way, and the team which makes it possible. Because sometimes we shouldn't say that Roman equals the whole Greencubator. This event was made possible with the common efforts of our team, Nadia Artemyeva, Katerina Zalewska, Andriy Zinchenko, who've been actively involved in that, and we are moving along. We thank our wonderful accountant and financiers, and we will be moving on with this topic for it to be developed. And also, nothing would happen without our wonderful production partner, Anastasia Polenkova and her team. You are wonderful, and the same we'll try to show the result of one more work which is devoted, which needs to show that Ukrainian cleantech has a very positive, sustainable energy, in particular where the women are creating and moving on with the innovations. If we are ready to show a short video, I would be really grateful to our technical team for us to show it in the broadcast. If somehow we have some problems, on Monday we will publish it on our YouTube channel. Irina, thank you again that you have become a partner in this way. I do hope that this travel will be developed and we will find more of those who are amazing us, surprising us, and making us happy. You know that our partnership is sustainable. There are no changes in that. Thank you. So, are we ready? Perfect. So this is the collective portrait of women who are moving on with sustainable innovations. It's done in English for the world to see the whole force we are having in this sector, please.
Ukraine's tech sector is the country's major source of economic growth, export, and unicorns. Being the third largest in terms of export, tech is one of the most desired for employment and most attractive for entrepreneurial talent. Global companies are born here. Among the rising Ukrainian tech stars are companies driving green transformation and creating climate innovations recognized in Ukraine and globally. And now is the time to debunk some old myths and celebrate the women creating, developing, and growing the companies at the heart of Ukraine's green innovations. Because they are empowering the new generation of sustainable businesses, building the future and nurturing new green unicorns.
We create world record-winning electric bikes. We help delivery services, individuals, police departments reach furthest distance with zero emissions.
We are building sustainable future. We are building solar stations, and we are encouraging women to join energy sector.
We have created smart solar blinds, which make your window a source of green energy.
We are enabling green innovations in transportation, and we are shaping a new culture in eco-mobility.
We are greening aerospace industry by affordable and resource-efficient titanium 3D printing and reduction of titanium waste.
We are helping renewables to become energy market champions by providing them accurate, hyperlocal weather forecasts.
We track the deforestation and forest fires
We help farmers to increase the yields while monitoring environmental problems.
We are building seamless, reliable charging network for EV drivers, providing the best customer experience.
We are building Ukrainian cleantech. We're paving greener and safer paths to the future for businesses, for the people, for the planet. We create, we care, we empower.